Very sauce. Positive, no, I get so here's the project, I just had Ball Stadium and KU. So that's what he's gonna be working.
That's so
He got time to and feel it, and we had some really good kids on it.
Yeah.
All the basketball names, college basketball experience. It's there. I like being the other.
Good morning, everybody. What a beautiful Colorado day. Nice to see everyone. I'm Michelle Kennedy from Berry Dunn. I'll be your facilitator for today. There's some new faces in the room. Many of you I've met, either online or in person, but glad to be here. I think this might be the 4th year that we've been facilitating this process on behalf of the city. So it's nice to be back. I'm going to kick off asking the mayor to make a few remarks to get us oriented and started, and then we'll go from there.
Thanks for being here with us. Scheduled for February, and then that all got changed, so thanks for being with us.
That's okay, yeah, no problem.
Thanks to everyone that's at the table. I know I have 3 or 4 wonderful things I would have been doing today. One of being at Sewing Zen for 8 hours, and I'm getting it Zoomed, so I'll watch it tomorrow. So I know everybody's given up something for today. So we look forward to what's ahead, making a strategic plan, and I've read everything everybody's put in. And I have to say, I don't think we're far off a mark from goals that there are. It's maybe how to get there or how to go about it, but that we'll have some differences about. But I think there's a lot of things that are commonalities that I read amongst everything. And so just for your information, some of the things today, there could be some, I don't know how it will all come out, but we've had some things come at us that we haven't been a part of until it's sort of done. And that kind of communication is tough. And so you may see some of that work out. I don't know, maybe not, but I just speak from the heart.
We will roll with it, like we always do. All right. Well, should we do a round of introductions since this is being streamed live? Would that be good? People's name tags are out there, but shall we go around the room? Is that a good plan? I'm going to start over here with David.
Sure, good morning.
Morning.
Well, I'm the IT director.
Hi.
I'm Albert, I'm the chief of police.
Hello.
There's the mayor and the fire chief.
Morning, I'm Tomas Herrera Michler, I'm the director of Parks, Recreation, and Libraries.
To see.
Morning, Davey Godfrey, human resources director.
Morning, Lindsay Kimball, community services director.
Paul Knipple, director of public works and utilities.
Morning, Jason Longtime, presiding judge. Dave Frankel, city attorney.
Christine Ireland, city councilor.
Amber Hott, I use they them pronouns, I'm city councilor.
Erin Ermella, mayor pro tem. Nancy McNally, mayor.
David Duval, one of the city councilor.
Claire Carmelia, city councilor.
Obie Zandy, city councilor.
Mark Freitag, city manager.
Jody Andrews, deputy city manager.
Barbara Opie, deputy city manager.
Larry Dorr, CFO and Deputy City Manager. Chris Lindsay, Assistant City Manager.
Cody Bleward, assistant to the city manager.
Amy Black, communications manager.
Good morning, Erin Barrett, our policy and budget administrator.
Great group. Nice to see all these faces. Well, let's start with just a little bit of an overview of what we're going to do today. These are our objectives. We're going to take a little bit of time, not a lot of time, but a little bit of time to evaluate the current strategic plan. We're not going to go through it line by line. We're just going to talk in general. How has it gone? How is the implementation then, and how do we want to change and improve? And one of the things I heard pretty clearly from all of the counselors is that it would be nice to have this plan be a little bit more long-term. You could still do an annual cycle of objectives, but let's figure out how to look a little bit further out than a year. And so the hope is that we can, through this process, come up with some higher level objectives that will carry the city forward over a little bit longer period of time than just annually, knowing that you can have some annual objectives set that happen sort of a layer below those broader objectives. So that's one of the things that we talked about in the one-on-one interviews that I did with you that we want to try to achieve today. We want to look at identifying a few strategic priority areas that would be similar to the current plan that you have, but you may change the priorities. You might decide here's some other things we need to focus on. We want to talk about what are those outcomes that once we've identified and agreed on those priority areas, what are the outcomes that we want to achieve? So, for example, if you had robust infrastructure as one of your strategic priorities, what would a great 5-year vision for that priority be? What would you want to be different? What would you want your community to be experiencing in 5 years based on that priority? And then we want to identify some, as I said, broader policy objectives that will support progress towards each priority. And then we want to be able to provide staff any additional guidance that you want to give them on communicating and reporting out progress on the plan. As you know, you have KPIs in place. There's been some pretty regular attention to progress reporting on the plan, but there's always room for improvement. So we definitely want to make sure that we leave here today with staff having an understanding of the council's expectations. So that's what we're going to achieve today. All right, just a few ground rules for participation. Let's just make sure everybody gets to be heard. So when one of your colleagues is talking, please give them the floor. Allow complete thoughts to be heard. Listen with an open mind, hear what your colleagues have to say. There will be differences of opinion and perspective. There always is. So just, we know that will happen. But be open-minded, be willing to consider compromise positions, knowing that not everybody is going to get everything that they want in this plan, okay? We're going to attempt to achieve consensus, and in my past work with this council, it's been possible to do that, where we can find some areas where everybody agrees. There will be some areas where not everyone agrees. And so when we hit a roadblock and we can't get that consensus decision, we'll take a vote to keep us moving. So let's start with your sense of the current strategic plan and its effectiveness. Kind of talking about what's worked about this, what hasn't worked about this, what you would like to change. So what are your thoughts? How has this plan served you as a city council leaders of the City of Westminster?
Joe, I'll be happy to get it started.
Yeah, great, Mark.
And so, as I mentioned to you during our interview,
Yep.
I think one of the shortcomings of our current strategic plan is it's not strategic. It's not focused on what's that roadmap that gets us out there for the next 10 to 20 years. And so what are the things that we're doing today to set us up for that vision that we're trying to achieve? And so, it's very, yearly or maybe 2-year cycle focused, and we really need to think, what are we trying to achieve 5 years that set us up to achieve that vision?
Yeah. Councilor Demas.
I see it a little bit different. I actually like the current strategic plan, and I think one of the challenges that we have in front of us is how do you make that long term? So if you talk in terms of robust infrastructure, which is something that I'm very passionate about, and making sure that we define and maintain affordability for the residents of the city of Westminster, that's the next step, is how do you get there? And so I think that's one of the challenges any city has when you have electeds that kind of revolve in and out of the council, is how do you make sure that you maintain those kind of big overarching goals, council to council, staff to staff, and make sure that we actually make that something that is memorialized in a way that it actually sticks for the residents of Westminster, because ultimately we as electeds know, every 4 years we could change, somebody else could come in, and how do you make sure that one, that's set on a good path so that the city actually can accomplish it, but two, that it's done in a way that its success is shown as a positive for the residents, for the next electeds say, what, that's a good thing that we're doing that.
Finding that balance between having that long-term vision, but making sure that you're actually delivering on it.
Yeah, I'll give an example. I have, over the last couple of years, first starting when Mr. Andrews stepped into the interim city manager role, council set forth was saying, how are we going to fund our water plant? And how are we going to do it in a way where we have a ceiling of a 4.5% increase year over year? And so now we're trying to figure out how we actually not only maintain a clear 4.5, but how do we actually go below that? Because the council at the time, that was the goal. Wasn't we absolutely want 4.5%. It was, this is our ceiling. So how do each year we try to, as an organization, look at that and say, let's try to do better for our residents this next year. But understanding we have to pay for a big cost being a new water plant, and that's going to be a long-term investment for the city. So that goal was set, and that's an overarching part of the strategic plan when it comes to robust infrastructure. But now, it's out to staff to maintain that moving forward, and us as electeds to look at that and say, is that the right goal?
Yes.
So
Sonny.
So I would agree with a little bit of both city manager and Councilor Demott. But I think this current plan took us forward. It really addressed a lot of things that we had to when we first came on council the last couple of years. It's very specific in many areas. So to city manager Freitag's point, it's not very strategic. If you think of strategy as forward-looking versus retroactive, right? So a lot of this plan that we currently have was to address the immediate needs that have built up over many years. So we had to kind of touch on that really quickly to fix that. But going forward, a strategy should be more forward-looking and looking at the city as we are today. There are significant gaps that this plan does not address, that affect our working families, that affect our aging population, that impact a lot of folks who look at this plan and they don't see themselves in it because it doesn't address their issues. So I think this plan was great for its purpose, which was to really address a lot of the issues that we had to fix from previous years. But now we're at a point where we should look at more holistically the gap and make this plan a lot more strategic, a lot longer term, so that we stop changing, stop and shift every year. I think we can have a 5-year plan or something longer that actually addresses the needs of the people. As this one tried to do, and it did for past issues, but there are a lot of forward-looking things to.
Be appropriate to ask for examples. And I mean, think about gaps, just think about what it hasn't done. Just working, I gave an example, it would be helpful to me to understand what specifically changed.
Well, we have an entire senior population that need housing, that need help, and many services that we can provide. That the point of this agenda, when we get to that, you'll see a lot of examples on that. We have low-income people who are not addressed in this plan that we currently have. We have housing issues, the housing crisis. that's not addressed in this plan. Affordable housing is not addressed. We have environmental issues, a whole series of environmental issues that we aren't prioritizing this plan, don't address in this plan. We have social issues that are not addressed in this plan that have popped up since we put this plan in place. And like I said, there's nothing wrong with the plan. I think the plan addressed a lot of issues like the water plant and the roads, and we did a lot of great things with this plan that address past issues. But the strategy has to be forward-looking. And I think we're at a point now where we're at the right time, at the right point in time when we can look at the objectives. And I'm speaking really to the objectives. I think the priority areas that we have are pretty good. I mean, we can probably adjust that a little bit, but the objectives that we put into place, we have the opportunity now to be good stewards of the people. And I think there are a lot of gaps when folks look at this and they say, well, what about this, and that? You have a good example with the water rates. We couldn't do that in this current form because we had to focus on getting this plant up and running and making sure that we have this, retroactive, this past problem that we had to fix. But going forward, we know now, though, that there are whole populations that can't afford the water rate as we currently have them, and we need to figure out how to fund this plant in the right way that's more sustainable. So I think that there are many areas. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's we have to do what we have to do at the time, but now we have this opportunity to do more.
Councilor Nirmala, you had your hand up, I think.
Yeah. I think the strategic plan really helped to identify where the community really felt like we needed to make some progress, and I think a lot of it is still good, and there's maybe some tweaking, but I think that maybe as we evolve how we write the strategic plan, it gets to parsing out those longer term moves for the the long-term strategy components that are, I think I mentioned this to you, Michelle, in our call, that there's a lot of ongoing items, and we're trying to balance and measure those the same way that we're trying to balance or measure finite things that might be done in a year. So I think the distinction between those two and what they, what their purpose is, and then the other thing that I was going to say, we have our priorities, but I know what we didn't really do is prioritize some of the objectives or the action items, and that might be helpful for us as a group and also for staff, because some of them get done and some of them don't, and other things pop up in the year and some of them don't. So that would be something that maybe we could do today or as an outcome after this. And I'd also just encourage us to, one thing that we've done a lot of work on this year is a lot of legislative work, and to make sure that somehow that gets incorporated into the time of staff. Maybe you already have that captured in your work plans, but I don't want to diminish how much time that also takes.
Go ahead. Or Island.
Well, I wasn't part of the strategic plan for last time, but I'm just feeling like we don't prioritize the most important things. Like the fire department suddenly wants 100 million for fire stations, upgrading fire stations, but we spent 10 million on a park here and 44 million on a courthouse, and I'm just feeling like we need to prioritize and actually have a budget and know how much money we have to spend for these things without raising taxes every time we need something. And so I'm all for the fire department having new stuff, but we spent money somewhere else, and we go over budget on some things, but we don't take it from anywhere. I feel like we have no budget, and we keep wanting to go back to the taxpayers to fund what we didn't think about before. That's my biggest problem with the whole strategic plan. I think we need to have a budget and stick to it and not keep going back to the citizens for more money. We need to prioritize what is most important in our city.
What else? Want to offer some thoughts about the current plan? Yes.
When I look at the goals that were set out for parks, recreation, libraries, there's a lot of emphasis on creating community and building a sense of place and placemaking. It gave us some very specific guidelines in terms of the planning that needed to happen in order to advance that goal. So it says do a master plan for parks, recreation, libraries. Well, that's underway. It'll be done this year. It said do an urban tree canopy plan. We did that. We just finished it. So it did spell out a lot of detail. One of the biggest things that I'm proud of is the community engagement around events and community events. We just got a statistically valid survey back, and it's the number one thing that people want is more community events. It was all over the place. And we've started partnering with other agencies and other organizations to do more events in partnership with us, which is one of the details that is called out in the strategic plan. So I found it helpful in a lot of ways. I agree with city manager that it's not big picture in some ways. It's very detailed, and I'd like to see us hear from our leadership and what is that big picture destination that we're heading towards, and then we can figure out how to best get there.
Thoughts? Yes, Councilor DeMott.
So hearing from a couple of people on the staff side about picture strategic, I think one of the challenges over the 6 years that I've done this through 4 different councils, a couple different city managers, lots of different department heads, is the idea that sometimes the council would get too into the weeds and the goal or the plan was too constrictive to the point where we were not at that policy level strategic planning. Here's the main goals and pillars that the city should be going after, and allowing staff to do things like, and I mean, a lot of the things that we just heard are things that really staff said, here's things that we should be doing. Those weren't necessarily things that council came and said, hey, we want another action plan, or we want, there are things that incorporated from our care about the infrastructure of the city or the buildings of the city, the tree canopy. Those are things that council cares about the environment. So I guess it would be helpful to understand and get, or as we go through the day, understand when does council get too into the weeds and when should we be staying higher above the canopy, so to speak, no pun intended. That's, that's always been the challenge. And so that's one of the things I actually like the most about it. We said, here are the things that are very, very important to us as a city. Cities, we do roads, we do fire, we do police. We want to make sure somebody answers when you call 911. We get there at a certain amount of time, which is a lot of what we heard about the need from the fire department was all driven by how quickly are we going to arrive if somebody is in that worst moment of their life. Those were some of the things that we talked about at a high level. Here's the goals. We want robust infrastructure, and that infrastructure means a lot of different things when we think about new municipal cities. So I just want to make sure that we think about that perspective, because as electeds, we have constituencies who think that we should be all things to all people, and we'd like to be when we can. We would like to try to accommodate everybody where we can, but there's also reality of budget. There's reality of the things that we absolutely have as a city but chartered to do for the residents who live here, and they expect that we, maintain those. So I would just ask that we go through that. Feel free to be like that for a little harder when you dictate to us how to do our job versus I don't feel like we have good overall direction of what the goal should be, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you're describing really the sweet spot that you want to try to get to with the strategic plans. You know, now I'm going to bring in a little bit of my experience as a facilitator of these processes for local governments for almost 30 years. I think I've facilitated about 30 strategic plans over the last 3 or 4 years for cities and counties. And one thing that makes your plan different is that it is shorter term. And so what best practice is for you to try to articulate a longer term vision, and then annual objectives get set, right, based on that longer term vision. This is what allows you to roll forward from year to year, achieving that we're on course, right? We've set the course. If the council changes, we still have this 5-year course that we're going to be on. The annual goals might change, and we might make some adjustments based on something wild that happens in the environment, like a pandemic, for example, which caused organizations to have to do things very differently. And I think there's still the process of trying to figure out, well, how do things look now, right, on the other side of that. So it's a good strategic plan will have that longer term focus, but it will also have the discipline of the annual goal setting. And that annual goal setting should drive your budget development process each fiscal year. You got to find that way of integrating your plan with your budget so that as Councillor Island said, you're actually funding the priorities that you've identified in your strategic plan. So that's what we're going to attempt to do. It's a little bit of a shift, but that's what we're going to try to move you towards, because that's the best practice. If you were going to look at the criteria from the GFOA, the Finance Officers Administration, the Government Finance Officers Administration, they will show you the criteria to win the award, right, for your strategic plan, or to meet those best practice criteria. And part of that criteria is having a longer term focus, right, with clear measures for success. And so that's what we want to try to begin to articulate today. Yes, Mayor.
Well, the priorities, I could put short-term goal there and long-term.
That's correct.
So as far as the priorities, then we fell short of not looking out further. We just maybe did the 1 or 2 years. But I mean, under quality of life, that can take in the seniors, that can take in housing, that can take in so many things, the shared sense of community, everything everybody said here, I can put in one of these things. And long range, robust infrastructure doesn't happen overnight. Ask the people in historic Westminster that keep having breaks and breaks and breaks, and they know what's been piecemeal and hasn't just been fixed. So that's ongoing. That never stops. And so I could make all of these 10-year goals, 5-year goals, and then put in our 1-year goals. So I don't think these are wrong. I just think we didn't put the long term in it.
I think it was very well stated by Councillor Azadi that there were some issues that needed attention. And so I think for a while your focus was shorter term, because there were some really significant things that needed to be addressed in the community that you needed to wrap your arms around and take care of. And I agree that the timing is good. You addressed a lot of things that were more urgent needs. The timing is good to take a look further out. So I think it's just great. It's great timing. All right, are we ready to move on? Anything more on the current strategic plan? Okay.
Michelle.
Question.
Councillor Carmelia.
Oh, Carmelia, yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that from my perspective, I'd really like to center the needs of the city, and in doing so, I want to ensure that we really hear from the leads of all the departments here and ensure that our influence on council, influences the priorities, but we really want to ensure that we have an integrated plan and that we center the needs for what the staff is providing to the city. And so instead of having multiple different priorities in the plan, hopefully, like you said, we have an overarching goal, but that influences and shares the values of all the different departments here, and that we're having somewhat of a cohesive plan together, so we can really set the stage for the city to move forward together, and that we have a good idea on council of what it is that our city staff and departments.
I think we can find that balance. You know, the staff, the elected leadership can provide that longer term guidance of this is where we want to try to get to staff. Staff can come to you within that with the ideas of how to get there. And I think that those are the appropriate roles to be played when you're talking about a local government and how it can function at its best.
I think those are all really good points and things that I'd ask staff to think about, because I'm like the mayor. I think you could find when you think in terms of being a department head, what your needs are as a department head. I guess the question would be, because we always see which one of these 5 things, what you're asking for fits in what bucket, because that's always something that they provide. So is there ever a time that that's hard for you when you're going to try to bring something forward that's really important to bring forward? The other thing that I think, if I think about the last 6 months, it's been a shortfall as an organization in general. And I think that obviously we're starting to address it now, and some of these long-term needs that never made it up to council. So like the fire stuff is a great example. I've been here 6 years and I had no idea of the different needs. Granted, some of those have changed over, the last decade. But some of those had to have been on the radar before that. And they weren't, because that was part of your presentation, that even before you rose up through the ranks, that you had done some of this work. So how as a city does do these lists of things that are going to ultimately be before this council, a council in 8 years, how that's part of the long-term thing I've always wanted the city to get to. I brought it up in terms of utility. Like, utility is going to be the utility. Once we build out, we know how much water we have to serve. So how do we use that forward-thinking knowledge to be able to drive down costs for the residents? So I think that there's a lot that they can do. I guess I would just challenge staff to figure out ways that how do you do that in a way where you kind of have a working list that works beyond each person in this room, so that future councils could look at it and say, okay, we know that these are needs that they identified 20 years ago.
That is truly the whole purpose of this, so that you have that continuity. And many of the things that you need to put in place in your community do take time to create and to develop. And so if you want to make progress on those things, you have to be thinking ahead, right? And you have to, it has to be documented in a plan that's longer term and more visionary. Okay, we ready to go? All right, let's start. Again, we're not going to do a lot of review on what I would call the very high level components of the plan. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this because I think the priorities and the goals and objectives are the most important, but there are new members to the council. And so I think it's important to relook at the mission and the vision and the guiding principles. Lots of time has been spent on those over the last 3 years, but that doesn't mean that we can't make some changes. So I just want to be clear about the terminology here and the differences between these things. So the mission is your purpose for being. It's the contribution that you're trying to make to the community. And so it's pretty evergreen, right? And if you read city mission statements, they sound a lot alike because the role of city government is pretty clear. And so you won't see lots of differences in those mission statements when you look across communities across the country. The vision is a little bit different. This is the look forward, the sort of aspirational view of where we'd like to be in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. What will the city look and feel like, and what experience do we want our residents to be having? So the vision statement should convey that. And then the guiding principles are sort of the things that guide the organization in terms of how it's going to carry out its work. They are the expectations for how you'll conduct its business, how you'll make decisions, how you'll deliver programs and services in the community. So if I'm a community member and I'm picking up this strategic plan and I'm reading those guiding principles, I can see the city acting and behaving in those ways that are conveyed in those guiding principles. So those are the definitions of those three components. So we're going to go take them one by one. This is the mission statement we developed over the years, last few years. Westminster's purpose is to provide core services and foster economic resilience to give our community the opportunity to thrive. Short, concise statement. The council has felt very strongly about the core services aspect, that at the very least, you need to be able to carry out your mandates and meet the needs of the community that the city is actually incorporated to do. So thoughts about the mission statement. Does it convey the purpose? Is there something missing? Councilor Namella.
Only thing that I was thinking about was because I keep coming up with resilience in so many different ways, like resilient infrastructure, resilient economy. So I just don't want to narrow resilience to economic. And so I thought I'd bring that up to folks to see if that at all changes much, or I'm not like dying over it or something.
Foster resilience.
Yeah. So
it hit all of our.
You take out economic, it includes more.
I agree with that.
So you're thinking about taking out economic?
Yeah.
And just having it be resilient, so it's more broad?
Yeah, Michelle, for the counselors, I had the staff, last fall, we did an exercise where we retooled or we looked at this mission statement. We really identified a mission statement that's going to provide answer three questions. So who, what, and why? Those are the three questions. And so we took this current mission statement and cleaned it up, and I think it may get to the point of resilience. But the City of Westminster, who, what, provides high-quality services and fosters resilience, and then why, in order to promote a thriving community. I think the thing that we focused on, we got away from the word core and we changed it to high-quality services, because as councils come and go, the definition of core services, seems to take a different flavor. But we know that Westminster prides itself on providing high-quality service, and we think that our community certainly expects that. And then we had the conversation about resilience also, that there's more to resilience than just economic. So let's just strike that economic and talk about fostering resilience. And then why do we do what we do? Because we want our community to thrive. And so that was
your time, Mark.
The City of Westminster provides high-quality services and fosters resilience in order to promote a thriving community. That was our exercise this past fall.
Is it in order to promote a thriving community?
In order to promote a thriving community, yes.
What do you folks think of that? Changes that were made. It does answer the three questions. Who, what, and why. So the City of Westminster provides high-quality services and fosters resilience in order to promote a thriving community. Yeah, Councilor Demott.
I push back hard against removing core. The reason that core was defined was because of, over time, so many councils have redefined what services we should be providing as a city. And there are certain things that we are chartered that we have to provide. And there are certain things, back to my earlier point, that the city expects us to provide. And that's the way, our tax base is set up. Again, 911, roads, water, there are things that we absolutely have to do. And I think it helps keep a mindful rail on electeds to think, what are the core services? That doesn't mean that over time they don't necessarily tweak them, and they can't figure out how they can fit things in. And certainly over time, in my opinion, I have voted yes and no on things that I don't necessarily think are core services with the city of Westminster, but they made sense at the time or didn't make sense at the time. But I think that that helps just kind of be that guiding light to say there are core things that the city does, and we need to put those above everything else. Another great example here in Westminster is honestly is our parks and recs. If times got very, very difficult in the city of Westminster, I certainly would drop those before I dropped putting money towards our police, fire, water, or streets, because it's a nice to have and it makes the city what it is. But at the end of the day, it's not, protecting necessarily the welfare. I think there's long-term mental benefits of providing those services and help, but I think that kind of makes the point of getting at that core really, I think, was purposely put back in there because there was a feeling over time that we had not been focusing on the things that are those things that are chartered or expected of a municipal government.
Councilor Zadi.
I would agree with staff here because I think it goes back to what we were talking about earlier, that the strategic plan that we put into place, including this mission statement, really addressed what we had to at the time, and we had to address our core services. But the word core is variable. It changes. It's subjective. And it's unnecessary because the concept of replacing with high quality services makes more sense. It gives a measure that we can actually, or aspiration, right? To be high quality is aspirational. If that's more strategic, it's more long-term. It's something that we can actually move towards to. Core is a subjective definition that changes from person to person. And as the needs of the community changes, this mission statement shouldn't, right? So if core at the time was what we needed to do, which we have done, in my opinion, I think shifting it to high quality doesn't take away that we're still going to focus on police and fire and roads, but there are a lot of other things that we know we need to fill, and that citizens are looking to us to fill. So I'd be in strong favor of replacing core with high quality.
Councilor Hott.
Yeah, I also agree with staff because I think that high quality fits our why better because it's more than just our core services that, provides that a thriving community or the opportunity to thrive. I just think it fits, there's the who, what, and why. It fits the why better. So there's core services, but we have other services that, may not be considered core services, but definitely add to whether a community thrives or not.
Other thoughts, Mayor?
What the charter states is something we have to live by unless you go to the voters to change what the charter says. So core services are outlined there. The other thing is there are other ways to have parks and rec. You can go and have a special district. I mean, if you got into economic bad times, any council sitting here would have to make some tough decisions, and there are other ways to have what you have today, but it wouldn't look the same because you can do different things. Doesn't have to look this way. You can have the special districts, and one of those could be for Parks and Rec. Police and fire are under the charter, so we keep those and our infrastructure with water, those kinds of things. But to me, it's a budget thing that if you just keep spreading people thin and include anything and everything, this brought us back to what the city's purpose is, and that's core services. Other things are great, lovely, wonderful, but they are not a high priority if and when a budget states you don't have the money.
Yes, Councilor Ireland.
Well, you probably know that I agree with Councilor Demott and Mayor McNally. It may get so that we only will be able to provide basic core services. We don't know what our economy is going to do. And honestly, it's the inflation that we're experiencing isn't just our city, it's the citizens are doing it. And we can't just provide everything that everyone wants. So I believe in core services also.
Counselor Zadi.
Just want to reiterate that the word core is subjective and each person has a different definition. And it's not aspirational, right? High quality services does not imply we're doing everything for everyone. It implies we're doing what we're supposed to be doing really well. So that's why I agree with that.
Yes, Counselor Demont.
One of the definitions of core in the dictionary is the part of something that is central to its existence or character. So when we read this, it says, and I want to see how it's subjective to say Westminster's purpose is to provide core services, and those core services need to be. I think that's why it was important at the time, and I maintain it's still important that when we memorialize that our certain core services, that's why we exist. That's why the residents over 100 years ago put a charter together that said we, the local government, are going to do A, B, and C. And over time, they've adjusted that, and that's their right as the citizens of the city. But to the mayor's point of it being a charter, if we want to adjust away from core services, I think that's what we got to go out above this group and ask the citizens if that's what they want to do.
All right, okay, go ahead, Counselor.
I have a few thoughts. I don't think our residents choose to live in Westminster because of the core services. I just don't. That's not the core services, like most cities provide core services. So that's definitely not why I chose to make this my home. There's many other things that make Westminster special. But my second thought was, is there a way to meet in the middle? And what if it's high quality core services? So we merge the two ideas together.
What do folks think? Because I don't want us to get stuck on this point, and we don't have consensus. So Counselor Ireland and then the Counselor.
High quality is subjective too. I mean, what I think is high quality means high quality.
Counselor Carmelia.
When I read this mission statement, I find it has gaps, and that is by saying core services and economic resilience, and those gaps we've already pointed out. When I hear the city manager's proposed mission statement, I think that mission statement fills those gaps, right? It leaves very little unturned. It provides us a high level mission statement, which is what we need. So I am strongly in favor of the amendments that were made there. I just want to, I've had in my mind one more phrase, and I don't want us to get too many things caught up at once, but I would like to introduce one more phrase, which is provides high quality core services and a safe community. And I just wanted to get that phrase in there and make sure that I brought it up at the right time so that we're not too caught up. And the reason I think that phrase is important is because while we mention and focus on our services as a city, I think it's important to ensure that we center the focus on why we are who we are in Westminster, which is to provide our residents a safe, healthy community to be in. And that covers everything from our roads quality to our fire department's needs, to affordable housing, to water quality and needs. I mean, that safe community goes pretty far and it covers quite a lot. And so I think it would be a good path.
As I made all the edits, and there isn't agreement necessarily amongst you, so I don't know how this is going to turn out, but
Okay, for fun folks, I pulled up a couple of other mission statements of our neighbors. Boulder's city's mission is to deliver outstanding services to enhance the quality of life within our community, our economic vitality, and the safety of those who reside, work in, visit, or travel through our community. That's It's a long one. Broomfield, working in partnership with the community, the city and county of Broomfield provides excellent services in an efficient, respectful, and courteous manner to enhance and protect the environment and quality of life of Broomfield's residents. Arvadas, we are dedicated to delivering superior services to enhance the lives of everyone in our community. And I think we're far off. I'm just, in terms of like what other cities are saying they're doing. Yeah, it's always how I just like to have something as a basis. I do like the idea of adding safety in there. And that in some ways could get toward reflecting those core services that are associated with safety. And I, it looks like we're not alone in wanting to ensure that we're providing high quality, excellent. So, everyone sort of has some descriptive word of services that they don't want them to be just underwhelming. I could go for high quality services. I think the safety component just kind of instills the aspect of public safety. It sort of knits that requirement directly into the mission. So I can't read what that says, but.
Well, I try to incorporate all the ideas. The City of Westminster provides high quality core services and a safe community, fostering resilience in order to promote a thriving community. It's not as succinct as you had or as what the staff suggested. I don't want us to spend all day fighting over a couple of words. So, other thoughts from the council? Yes, Councilor DeMont.
I say this with all due respect. I guess my thing is that council put a lot of time into this, and I don't really even understand why staff took and decided that they needed to bend it and bring it back for us to rubber stamp it. It is a council's thing. It is a mission statement that council came up with. We were elected to make a mission for this city. So I don't even understand why we're having the discussion on the precinct that it started.
Okay, Councilor Hutt.
Well, I just want to say that Manager Freitag was very clear that it was an exercise. They were not changing it. It was not staff changing it. It was an exercise. So I don't think that anybody was overstepping.
Councilor Zadi.
So I want to say that the common thread of all the other neighbors, but is the fact that they have a qualifier, so high quality, superior. We have so many examples. We're seeing it every week. Look at the dog park. Right? We can't just provide services. We need to provide high quality service. We need to maintain what we have. We need to do things really well. We need to have responsiveness that meets the levels of expectation that the residents are expecting from us. So it's a qualifier. That's the main piece. And that's why I like the new statement. But again, I would take the word core out. I think it's unnecessary. And I would add in safety. I agree with the safety because that does replace what you lose with the core. But again, core itself is subjective. Everyone has different definitions, including the dictionary. And a lot of words have a lot of definitions in the dictionary that people don't, that have many definitions within English, right? There's many words that have 5 or more definitions. In this case, putting in safety makes a lot of sense. Putting in a qualifier that we're not just providing services, we're providing them really well, right? Of high quality makes more sense to what the people actually wanted.
Okay, I'm gonna break this down here. All right, so I hear some agreement that everybody's good with taking economic out because you want resilience to be broader. Can I see a show of hands? Who's in favor of taking economic out? Okay, great. So we're gonna remove economic. I heard some support for adding safety or safe community. Who supports adding safe to the mission statement? Okay, everybody, that's great. All right, so I think our issue is whether or not it's going to be core services or high quality services. So who's in favor of leaving core services as it is stated in the existing mission statement?
fine with doing that to make sure everyone feels included.
All right. So I think where we're going to end up is the City of Westminster provides core services and a safe community fostering resilience in order to promote a thriving community. Now, we've got two communities here. City of Westminster provides core services and a safe community fostering resilience in order to promote a thriving community. So another way we can incorporate safety where we're not using community twice.
But safe in front of community on the second half, safe and thriving.
Oh, there we go. Okay, then we can get back to and fosters resilience in order to promote a safe and thriving community. The way it will read is City of Westminster provides core services and fosters resilience in order to promote a safe and thriving community. Are we good with that? All right. We're going to move on from the mission and go to the vision. This is the current vision statement. Westminster is a city of beautiful, safe, well-maintained neighborhoods and destinations with a vibrant, diverse economy, rich and resilient environment, and a strong sense of community and belonging. So this is your aspirational idea about what you want Westminster to be. Any thoughts about the vision? So you've got resilient in the mission statement, resilience. Don't know if maybe it's important to repeat here since it's directly referencing the environment. Thoughts about the vision? Mark.
Get us started here. So again, had the staff look at this back this past fall. When we thought about vision, we were thinking about, where does this community want to be 20 years down the road? What kind of community do we want to be? That's really that aspirational piece. We did conclude after looking at this from multiple different perspectives that it's a lot of words. There's a lot to the phraseology, if you will. And so could we shorten it something that's a little bit more tangible, something that's a little bit more understandable by the community writ large. And so we shrunk it down considerably and just said, where do we want to be in 20 years? We want Westminster is a thriving and resilient community with a strong sense of belonging. Short, simple.
Say that again, Mark. Westminster
is a thriving and resilient community with a strong sense of belonging.
So you've maintained several of the key words here, just tighten it up. Councilor Namella.
I'm fine with the way that we have it. A little more descriptive and I think reflective of what the community wants to see. I know that that's the updated version is tight and it's, but I kind of like a little bit of flourish in the statement.
How do others feel? Councilor Ireland.
I agree with Councilor. We have.
Others? Yes, Councilor Carmelia.
I think that a vision statement is supposed to start with a verb. We're supposed to be doing something for the future. I don't really think either one of these are too great. Other cities say things like dream big and deliver, or provides excellent service, right? They're like doing something ongoing for the future. These are both statements. With that said, I think I'm okay with keeping it just because I feel like this is a whole workshop that is, I'll see if I can come up with something quickly is what I'm saying, but I don't think either of these are vision statements at all. Yeah.
Counselor Izadi.
I think the current, has a lot of qualifiers to my point earlier that, we're on a team, vibrant, diverse, rich, resilient, etc. Our mission statement does not. So we have a mission statement that does not have qualifiers. It just says we're going to provide services. But the vision statement has a lot of qualifiers, right? We don't just want a neighborhood, we want well-maintained neighborhood.
Yeah, it's trying to be descriptive.
Yes. So I think there's a mismatch there. I like the vision statement, but we're not building towards it with our mission statement. Just wanted to say that.
They're two different things.
I understand.
Yeah. The mission is your statement of purpose. Why do you exist? It's the what, why, and the vision is where are we going, right?
Yeah.
Mission will support us to get to this destination.
Right, but I don't believe our mission supports us to get to that destination. The destination has all the elements to it that we don't address in the mission.
Other thoughts on the current vision statement? Preference for the original version, the shortened version. A couple of folks have said they like the current version. Other comments?
I'm okay with the current.
Also okay.
Can we take a quick vote? Who is in favor of just leaving the vision statement as it is? All right. We're going to move on. All right, so now we're going to look at the guiding principles. And remember, these are, sometimes they're called core values. In the context of a strategic plan, we call them guiding principles because they are sort of the fundamental precepts that would guide you as you carry out this strategic plan or you try to implement what's in it. So you'll see that it's in many ways externally focused, but these are all described as ways in which the city staff would conduct their business in order to carry out the city's work. Let's start with the first one, collaboration and partnership. Anything you want to change there, or does that one still ring pretty true? Any issues or thoughts about the first guiding principle? No, looks good. How about the second one? Diversity, equity, and inclusion, achieve equitable processes for the people of Westminster by providing opportunity for all voices to be heard and drawing upon community diversity and decision-making. Any concerns with the second one? Okay, third one, innovate and initiate, foster a culture of continuous improvement and approach opportunities and challenges with drive, inventive thinking and resourcefulness, resulting in a resilient and sustainable future for our city. Yes, Councilor Carmelia.
Just a real quick thought on the diversity, equity, inclusion. And drawing upon community diversity, I would like to add and needs in decision-making. And I say and needs just to improve our accessibility concerns. Especially around all the buildings, et cetera.
So where is that getting inserted? Achieve equitable process. Where does that go?
Go to the end, to be heard and drawing upon community diversity and needs.
Yeah.
So that we're not just, I think right now it sounds a little bit more like an opinion, whether we go to them or not, of their advice. There needs to be taken in.
I like that.
Anyone have a difference of opinion on adding the two words and needs after community diversity?
So I'm just not sure that, I mean, I don't have an issue with the word. I'm just not sure how it fits into diversity, equity, and inclusion. I mean, of course, we need to take needs into account. I'm just not sure that's the correct bucket.
For disabled access?
Well, right, but that's part of the diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's only one issue underneath that umbrella. There's many under that umbrella, and we're singling out one. So yes, we need to take needs into account, but diversity, equity, and inclusion, that's one area that umbrella covers. So why are we singling out one issue? There's also, gender, sexuality, race, heritage. There's a lot that fits under there.
That's why it's and needs of the community.
But you're singling out one issue that fits under that whole umbrella.
It's like, yeah,
It'd be like saying like diversity and sexuality. Like that doesn't.
it's not, it's the needs of gender, of everybody, of those who are deaf, those who are blind, those who are gender, those who people of color. It's and needs of our community. I'm saying that people, especially in all sorts of forms, we have needs. We're not just like all of us.
Right.
It's not a single bucket. It's all.
Right. That's why I'm saying I agree with the word. I'm just not sure that's where it goes.
But where would you go?
I'm not sure. I guess I don't see how. So I thought you were talking about one issue.
No.
So to me it makes it more confusing. Like what are you defining as needs? Because I thought you meant something else.
Go ahead.
I'm good with keeping the way it is.
Sorry, yeah, yeah, agreed. I don't want to cause confusion here. I was just saying that I think that we need to ensure that we're holding the needs of the community. It seemed like a good idea.
Go ahead, Councilor Demott.
Well, and I was we moved on, my brain was still up there, and I actually kind of like adding something because I guess my problem with that one is it's the way it starts is achieve equitable processes, and I mean, that seems narrow in processes that you really want to get at diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's about more than just processes. It is about the needs of the community, and so if the needs of the community are good, the processes, then I feel better about it. So I like that. I mean, I guess I just didn't hear it the same way that Councilor Hott did. I thought it was very broad, just expanding it that those processes are being driven by the diverse needs of a diverse community.
What if you said, does this, I'm just gonna try something. I don't by any means want to water it down, but what if you said meet the needs of the community by providing opportunity for all voices to be heard and drawing upon community diversity and decision-making?
I like that. I think it's different depending on where you put the word in phrase, and I think that makes it more clear.
So it would be meet the needs of the community by providing opportunity for all voices to be heard and drawing upon community diversity and decision-making. How does that sound?
I'm a resident. Can I just maybe throw one word in for needs? Let's put the word value in there. We're all here for needs. Let's look at the overall opinion. There's values. Everybody has a value here in this statement. So I'm just thinking that needs, it sounds like somebody always wants something. So why don't we turn it around and create value, what the city's trying to do for people? You understand where I'm going with that word?
Council, what's your preference here? Councilor Azadi.
So I like what you said, but before you said that, I was going to just say, maybe it's the word processes and we change it to outcomes, right? So equitable outcome is really the goal, and that includes all the needs, and that includes, I think, where you're going, Councilor Hott, with that. But I also like what you had said too.
I was gonna say the exact same thing.
Sorry, it takes me a moment to write this. Okay, so what if we, this is how it would read if we adopt Councilor Izadi's suggestion, achieve equitable outcomes for the people of Westminster by providing opportunity for all voices to be heard and drawing upon community diversity in decision-making. If you focus on outcomes, that should encompass needs. Would you agree with that, Councilor Carmelia?
I would, yeah.
Yeah, okay. How about this modification? So is the whole sentence is the same, we just altered the opening statement, which is really, we've just replaced outcomes for processes.
Drawing on all voices to be.
Yep, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That's the one piece that I wish, the drawing upon all voices. I just wish that was drawing upon community needs somehow, but it's fine. Suitable.
All right, so we're gonna, alteration we're gonna make to diversity, equity, inclusion is we're gonna switch out, we're gonna use outcomes instead of processes in that statement. Okay, how about innovate and initiate? Any thoughts there? Any changes to that one? Okay, should we move on? Prevention and proactivity. Changes to that one? Don't see any. Okay, stewardship and threat.
I don't think thrift is a good word for fiscal responsibility. And sometimes you have to spend money to save money. Those are investments. So I don't think that thrift captures fiscal responsibility or responsible investments.
So would you like to, Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, I would concur. There's been a lot of members of the community that come forth, and when the city spends big money on a project that's going to improve the community, they always take us down the path of, well, that's not thrifty, right? I just think there's a negative kind of perception of that word. I think stewardship is it in a nutshell, but thrift seems to draw us off sometimes. And so I just throw that out there. I think that sometimes might create confusion. For example, $10 million for a downtown park. A lot of folks in the community see thrift and they say, oh, that's not being thrifty. Well, yeah, it's being good stewards of those dollars to bring, a new improvement to our downtown. We're certainly not being wasteful, but people get hung up on that thrift piece. So I would just offer that might want to be removed.
Councilor Norella had her hand up first, and then you, Councilor DeMar.
I mean, thrift has a good connotation and a bad one. There are thrifters out there that are very thrifty. And I think the good connotation out of it is that we're, I would say it's captured in the innovation or innovate and initiate, because inventive thinking and resourcefulness, because to me, that's the key that we need to be kind of scrappy and, inventive and thoughtful about how we do things. But I do agree that in this one, where it's talking about how we manage our resources, I mean, there's a deeper responsibility when you talk about our fiscal health. And so for me, I would say stewardship and fiscal health or stewardship and fiscal responsibility. You know, and if we want to, we could enhance the statement by highlighting that, you know, we will be resourceful, you know, as well with, you know, in that construct so that people feel like we're not, I think the idea of adding thrift in there, I just don't think it's the greatest word. What was that there was concern about the spending and the direction of the spending. So just to emphasize somewhere and somehow we can either within that statement just sort of emphasize that we would be very thoughtful and strategic about our spending.
Councilor Mott.
I agree that we got real up on that word thrift. But I like Mayor Pro Tem's suggestion about fiscal responsibility. Because I would say that, and I mean, there's members on the council, me being one of them, don't think that it was good stewardship or fiscal responsibility to spend $10 million on a part of other need. That's fine to have different opinions, but like I'm fine. The stewardship part kind of does capture that, but the fiscal responsibility of the other people from Ireland and other members over time, that it wasn't necessarily about being thrifty, it was about being wise with our dollars. And so I do think that it should be captured somewhere in some way, and I like the way that Mayor Pro Tem put it, that it's about fiscal responsibility and stewardship.
Councilor Zadi.
I would agree with staff and council here that replacing it with fiscal responsibility or fiscal stewardship, you know, whatever that looks like makes sense. You know, and the park is a great example where $10 million for a park, I do see that as being financially, as good financial stewards because it's long term, it's visionary, it's recreation, it's community building. There's so many fiscally responsible things that actually will impact us economically down the line that we don't see in what we pay for it today. So that's a great example of why we should switch this out.
Okay, I think there's consensus about switching out, removing thrift and adding fiscal responsibility. Okay, seeing heads nod. Any heartburn with that? Okay, well, let's go to transparency and accountability. Two-way dialogue, clearly communicate intentions and decisions, take responsibility for what we do to earn the trust and confidence of the community. Any changes to that one? Council did work really hard on these, so I'm glad that they're still resonating. Go ahead, Councilor Namella.
The only thing that one doesn't say is the buy-in from the community, which is what we're trying to do more with our cats. And so and because it in some way says, we're going to clearly communicate what we're doing to you, versus integrating.
That's a really good point.
That's a big deal. Yeah, so I think what you're suggesting is that it's more than a two-way dialogue. It's more than just communicating what we're doing.
Yeah.
Meaningful dialogue.
Yeah.
As a cat steward, I think meaningful dialogue is what we're aiming for, right?
Meaningful, I mean, two-way is if that we're saying two-way, but
it could be two-way like this, you know, like not
Needs to be active.
So I don't think it's two-way when we have our city council meetings, because they say their statement and then they don't have any follow-up, you know? Like other people, you know, they don't have, it's not like a debate.
It's not interactive.
Right.
One way than one way.
But we do follow, you know, staff does follow up with everybody who comes and talks, and then we have like continued emailing.
There is a lot of people upset about the transparency of this city. I mean, I know.
So is it like thereby earning?
I don't know if that statement is good because it's not working. I don't know. We're clearly just communicating what we're doing, and they're not feeling like they have any input. I think there needs to be input or something in this.
Something like buy-in, input, something.
Encourage community buy-in or encourage community buy-in with the people of Westminster.
Two-way dialogue with people of Westminster. Really communicating.
Could the word support be inserted here? So earning the trust, support, and confidence of the community? Maybe there's a place for support as indicative of an effective two-way exchange where you do achieve buy-in.
Seems synonymous with buy-in.
I could go with that. I mean, there's also just maybe the word listen gets in there.
Clearly listen.
Clearly listen to the people of Westminster.
Listen to and clearly communicate decisions. Maybe it's, I don't know if our intentions needs to be in there, but I don't know. It gets really long.
I think to your point of intention, so that's where it feels like we have a two-way dialogue, but don't worry, we're gonna clearly tell you what we're gonna do with the city and you'll understand it. Like that's always, I mean, I feel I've seen us do that really poorly where that's how it comes across to the residents, whether we intend it or not. So I would certainly be open to changing this one because I think it needs some work. I don't know what the right answer is. I'm sure we don't want to get hung up on it all.
How about engage in two-way dialogue with the people of Westminster, listening, comma, clearly communicating our intentions and decisions and taking responsibility for all that we do. So it's just kind of adding listen, kind of making more of active verbs. So listening, comma, clearly communicating and taking responsibility, thereby earning the trust and maybe support of the community. Or
so I guess my only pushback, and I don't know the right way to say it, is I think that's all good. But when the two-way dialogue comes in, where are we being flexible to be accountable to that? To say we're an example of the dog park and we are making those steps, but the steps are we communicated what we thought we were going to do. That wasn't well received. And so now we're going back to the drawing board. So adding some sort of language in there that says accountability is about us being flexible and going back to the drawing board. I don't know a clear, concise way to put that in there. I think principle, but I think that's really what's missing from it.
The word responsive.
Responsive. That is small. And then somebody who's.
so maybe we need like maybe responsiveness, input, ear listening, something. Those are kinds of the things that we need in there. Maybe we can clean it up. Peter?
Yeah, I'm getting your ideas down.
And I would vote for, there's listening, but active listening is a very different skill than listening. And active listening, you get into the shoes of what the person is saying. You ask clarifying things. So it's the person that you're talking to that says everything. You just ask qualifying questions so you can get into the shoes that they're walking in and understand why they feel the way they feel. Active listening is very different from listening. It is a skill in itself, and it's truly hearing what the other person said.
I think responsive is a good word, though.
That's good too.
How about we do this? How about, because this one needs a lot of work, instead of wordsmithing it, trying to wordsmith it, I captured all your ideas. Can we take it away and rework it and bring a couple options back to you? Does that sound reasonable? Okay, great. That's what we'll do. It's, I think it's the next 20 minutes trying to get it right, and we've got your ideas, and so that's a better use of our time. Okay, I think we might want to take a quick break before we get into the next. Oh, Yep, so we're gonna go into a small group exercise. I'm gonna break you into 2 small groups. We've done this before. Would you like a quick break before we get into that? Or do you want to plow forward? It's up to you. I'll negotiate the breaks with you whenever you want them. Oh. Wanna go on? Go. Great, awesome.
He needs the restroom. Use it.
So actually what we're going to do here, and I know that some of you had longer lists of priorities than others. These were attached to your agenda. And what I want to have happen here, this is this list of goals and objectives by city councilor. What I want you to do is to kind of take your list and summarize what's most important to you. And I want you to verbally say that to the group. We're going to go one by one. So I don't want you to read your list out loud. I want you to summarize what were those most very important things to you. And I want each of you to say that and hear each other, actively listen, as the mayor said, really hear each other. And then I want you to, I'm gonna take down some themes that are gonna emerge for you as a group out of this conversation. So who wants to go first? Which of you would like to go first in summarizing your ideas that you brought in here? Commissioner Ireland, I'm sorry, Councilor Ireland, go first.
Well, I think I kind of stated what my priority is. My priority is to identify priorities and focus on that. And try not to keep raising water rates, taxes, to fund these priorities. If we prioritize, and I feel like we've had tons of surprises since I've been on here. The recycling center, the dog park, and the couple of parks, and we already had, and the cost of the water treatment plant just for a phase that doesn't even replace them for the courthouse. Those were all before me. Now the fire department wants 100 million. I just want priorities and stick to a budget. And like we were talking about, the departments listen to each other and realize what is the most important. It may not be what their department wants. It's what's best for the citizens of the city. That's what my focus is.
Wants to go next? Yes, Councilor Carmelia.
I will get the 2 ones that I think are really easy needs to meet out of the way first, which to our point on transparency and accessibility. I heard this from many residents. I'd really like to focus on a new website. I think that we can be more accessible to our residents through being easy to reach, maybe have a chat bot. Just take a look at how we can make events easy to find, how we can make the portal easy to use. I think that would help everyone. And I know that last year, the state put into place, an ADA accessibility requirements that has to go on our website anyway, but that'll help folks with their vision and loss of hearing if we can put that into place. But that takes a lot of resources, and I don't think there's awareness about how many resources that takes. So FYI. Another real easy one I think that should be that I think we can implement is ensuring that we take our climate action plan and putting it into our comprehensive plan and integrating those two. That's something that's a priority for me. I think it should be a priority for our city, and I think it'll make us a good neighbor and partner to all the cities on the Front Range doing so, because we share watersheds, we share air. I mean, we cannot act like a silo in our city. And those are 2 things that I think are fairly easy for us to accomplish. And then, of course, focusing on housing, which is a huge need. We just had our housing assessment presentation, and so I think that we can have a long conversation around that shortly. I don't know if this is the place or the time, but I want to ensure that we're really taking that into account when we go forward. That should be a priority for us to ensure that we're meeting the needs of all of our community in Westminster, which we currently, I think, are in agreement that we're not doing. And then building our economy, this I don't have strong ideas on the how, but I really want to talk about how. And so I want to make sure that we are incentivizing businesses to come here, that we are helping small businesses in any way that we can, that we are, if there's any way to, turnover can be high in the first year or so, and we're trying to fill up that new downtown development. So what can we do to make life easier on businesses and try to reduce the possibility of them phasing out after opening? After they open, how can we help them out, and how could we reach out to them and find out what they need?
Thank you for that summary. Yes, Councilor Zadi, gonna go next?
So I'll summarize the long list into a couple minutes. I think that there are 6 areas I would categorize them that really are the themes of the basis of my list. The first one being cost of living for underrepresented communities. So as we know, we have a lot of issues with costs regarding water. There are the cost of transportation, so via mobility services, for example, as an example that we took away, has hurt a lot of seniors and disabled residents, and they were underrepresented. We have food desert in the city, so the lack of affordability for folks from a food access standpoint. Veterans and people with disabilities who are paying the same prices when, if you look at many other cities, they have a lot of discounts and varied discounts and really deep discounts for those underrepresented communities. So that's one area, is cost of living for those folks. And that
Just a second, let me rip this page off. I won't be able to hear you. All right, go to your next one.
the second one is around housing, right? So I think most of us agree up here that the cost of housing in the city is outrageous. And if you look at what populations need it the most, housing that they can afford the most, it's our senior population. We know that population will double pretty soon, and we're not ready for the housing or services. We heard the housing needs assessment, and those recommendations were spot on. I would be in favor of pushing for all of the recommendations that are on that assessment. So housing that folks can afford is a big one.
Okay.
The third area is recreation. So if you think about community health and recreation and wellness as one category, we know that there are significant gaps in this city. Young people don't hang out here. Older residents don't hang out here. We hear this. I hear it a lot. I think Councilor Ireland has heard this a lot. And many of us, I'm sure, have heard this a lot, that we need more things to do here. We need more recreation. And there are gaps in our recreation. So I think we have amazing trails, we have amazing parks, we have amazing recreation center. What we're missing are particular needs. We have tennis courts, for example, that are completely dilapidated and unusable, where surrounding cities have taken advantage of that because all of our residents who are playing, they go to Broomfield, they go to Arvada, they go to other places. So I think we need a tennis center as one example, but there are many other examples in this category that that we can really focus on in terms of preventative safety and community health, right? So I believe we need to expand our co-respondent program. I think that co-respondent program has gone very well. We need to expand our homeless navigator program.
Are these all particulars under community health and wellness?
Yeah, so preventative safety / community health. Because if we focus on more preventative things like those programs, then we'll actually address a lot of the outcomes that we're trying to avoid. And there are a lot of other specific ideas in that bucket, but generally, I think we focus more on that, then that would help us out a lot. The next category would be community revitalization, what I'm calling it here, where we have areas of the city like historic Westminster that are historically ignored, or they feel that way. And I think we need to focus on really revitalizing that area. Building Market being a great example. It's at the point now where I wouldn't say riot, but there's a lot of anger from that area that, well, all we do in the city is we focus on everywhere else except the town. So why? I think it's time we fix that building, we find a tenant, and we focus on bringing in more businesses to stimulate that economy. We focus on getting more recreational activities in that area as well. And then from an infrastructure standpoint, so in this same bucket, so it's community revitalization and infrastructure. We have cellular deserts, if you will, service deserts, in several of them, north and southwest, in various areas of the city. I think we can do more to explore ways to incentivize power construction, a lot more of them in underserved areas. That's a big one. Our world continue to be a subpar, right? We've done as much as we can in the last couple of years, like we said earlier, but we need to continue to do more into our roads. Water conservation is a big need right now going forward. We talked a lot about how we can do that, but I think we can coordinate with the HOAs in the city. There are state grants that seek that level of coordination that we can tap into to help us convert more from Kentucky bluegrass towards more low water requiring turf. So if we focus a lot more on water conservation, then we'll have a lot more supply that we can then be a much more resilient community there. And my 2 minutes turned into 5, so I apologize. The last one, so skipping ahead, community empowerment is our last bucket. And to Councilor Ireland's point, I think this covers transparency and accountability with our residents. I think there are gaps there. There are ways to make that more interactive, more engaging. We're doing a lot of surveys, and that's good. But I think there are more personal interactions that we could and should be doing. Need to enhance our electoral politics. So, on that song, of course it's Tomas.
Learning how to use this new phone.
Good phone. So, one way we can enhance our electoral politics is what we're doing already with the ward design. We need to focus and make sure that's a community-driven design.
Right.
And that's just, good music for the future we're trying to build it. So the next thing is term limits. We talked about that. I think we need some strict maximum term limits here. We need skilled apprenticeship programs for our construction projects. We have a lot of contracts and subcontractors. Let's figure out a way to make sure that the high skilled workforce that we're trying to build into the city, that we utilize the existing contracts that we have. We have a lot of opportunities there that we can put that in. And small business workforce fund. We have a lot of businesses who are looking for employees. Let's figure out ways to attract and retain that by providing grants and subsidies to small businesses that can help two-way, right? So it can help us help our businesses, but also helps our workforce who are looking for jobs. So I think we can make more connections there between those two worlds. And that was skipping a lot. So
Thank you. Thank you for summarizing the long list. Who wants to go next? Go ahead, Councilor Hott.
Yeah, so one of the things I think that we could do is expand some of our services. I agree, increasing mental health co-responders. I would also like to have a discussion with the police department about potential dash cameras to see if that's something that could be beneficial. Also increasing our unhoused navigators. Also, I think it's really important that we look at evidence-based practices. For example, when we look at evidence-based practices for homelessness, it's a housing first model. And one of the things I would really like to bring up is potentially partnering with Arvada. I had a chance to talk to the mayor of Arvada and ask what they're doing in Arvada, and they're actually getting ready to set up a homeless navigation center on the border of Westminster in Adams County. It borders South Westminster, and so I think that would be a really great place to collaborate with maybe the Westminster Community Foundation involved with that. And we already have $1 million set aside for something like this with our ARPA funds, and I know that they need to be spent soon, or else we're gonna lose those. So I think it's really important that we're working collaboratively, but also looking at evidence-based practices. And then also making sure that we have choices for our residents, particularly around promoting diverse housing and having more mixed-use zoning, so that way there's more choice in the type of housing. Not everybody wants the same type of housing. And then things that promote quality of life. I would really like to see with our Parks and Rec integrating something like, a Pride Festival. And let's see what else. And then, fiscal responsibility and investments. I'd like to see more investments in our solar programs, like expanding solar gardens. About city-owned building rooftops. Maybe if we're going to be building new fire stations, does it make sense to maybe have solar integrated with those designs on the roof? We just approved a affordable housing project with rooftop solar, so finding ways to encourage that with our affordable housing projects.
Okay, who's going next? Councilor Namella.
Some of it, I just want to say what she said. No, I think just building on everybody's, because I don't, I think what I'm going to add is not exclusive of what others have mentioned. I also am trying to email a more organized list to you, but I can't access any. So you can help me with that at some point today. Housing is one of my buckets, and it goes into, I know we already do housing preservation, but I just want to continue to have a focus on that. I do want to see if there are opportunities to leverage some of our public properties that have kind of sat around to help initiate an affordable project. I feel like we really need to focus in on what our housing priorities should be in terms of who and what AMI levels that we're trying to hit, so that we can be really strategic and focused about it. So for instance, that could be seniors. If they, that was a pretty staggering number, seeing 82% of our, senior renters. I think with homelessness, that it's a broader system, and we should be working regionally and sub-regionally with our partners. So again, I'll emphasize Arvada, Jeffco, those folks who are really making some strides. How can we fill a gap in that system? We don't all have to repeat the same thing. So if we can look at that as an approach and actually pursue those conversations. I think HOAs come in to play on two different levels. One, trying to make the landscaping and the watering more affordable and that process more affordable. But I'm also concerned about some of our small existing HOAs that need to have some of their private streets reconstructed, or they have some major construction issues because of just the age of those communities. And is there some way, and I've said this before, that we can find efficiencies with, if we're redoing a street next to them, can we add that into our contract and then kind of do it, they can pay, we can find an efficiency of scale there and kind of reduce the cost for them. So just those types of creative partnerships to help those communities, because again, those are some of our embedded affordable communities that are, struggling with their inability to continue to invest It's just the high cost of construction. Transit. So not just including, obviously we need to continue to work on our road system, but I think with transit, I'd really like to see us continue to work towards any public transit that we can get. And then this year, I'd like us to try and get back via transit or flex ride, whichever, or both, to be able to help our community members who have disabilities and or inability to drive. And again, I'll emphasize RTD partnership. Parks and Rec, just continuing to make strides with our open space. I know we sort of hit our ideal quota of 30% of the area, but those strategic purchases that, so I'd really just want to keep seeing us pursue those. I also think that we should focus on park provision and efforts in the southern portion of Westminster. That's the area where we have the least acres per household, and actually that's kind of our higher density portion of the city is sort of our southern half. So where we can prioritize those. I agree that I loved hearing that people want events as part of the survey, because I think that is so important to our sense of belonging, our togetherness as a community. And then I don't know what you got last. Sorry.
That's good. Is that your list?
No, I just have a couple more things.
Okay, go ahead.
Tennis would be, since that's usually of all the people on this council, I will of course support tennis and more facilities for that. In the big scheme of things, and not just pickleball. Equal opportunity, if not more, for tennis. I would like to see continued focus on DEI within staff. As we build our ability internally, that also impacts how we deal with the community externally. I mentioned this before, was an environmental health and justice position. So adding that. And just, obviously maintaining our core services, whether it's focus on fire and roads.
All right. There's a couple of you we haven't heard from yet.
I didn't see you put up community events.
It's already up here.
Oh, okay.
Events, quality of life events, festivals.
Yeah, put a check mark by that.
Yeah.
He's got big ownership there.
Thank you.
For me, core services, the water, sewer, wastewater, streets, police, fire, streets. I don't know if we'll ever get caught up and done, but our streets are horrible, and we need to keep working on those, and just infrastructure. As I said, we have, I know in the older parts of our city, we have still places to fix and not just fix when they break. I met with mayors in the Adams County area yesterday for breakfast, and we all always have the same issues, but it's always interesting to hear how people are dealing with them. And they knew we were having a strategic plan today, and one of them shared that it's the CIP that just keeps sort of mounting in a background type of thing. So one of their new things that they're looking at, which I think is good, to bring any new project forward, a CIP program of how that's going to be, what's needed with it in the years as it builds out, and what's out there going to be needed has to be built into the project. And so I just think that's smart. And we have a lot more work to do in the city to get a good handle on CIP stuff, because it all costs. And I continue to remind us the water cannot become a monopoly, and there's no place else people could get it. And I just always, when I hear about water bills and whatnot, I am concerned. We have to remember it can't become a monopoly, and people need water to live. So we have to be as frugal as possible in that arena, because everybody needs it, deserves it, and has to have it to live. I think we need a big conversation with our community as we start looking at housing, and especially since we're almost at build out, pieces of land that we have left, any development centers that may want to change how they look, what that might look like, and have that conversation with the community so they're brought up to speed with asking their questions. They have no clue what's happening down at the state legislature in May 8th. We need to be able to tell them what either rights are being taken away from us, what we can't do, what we can do, so that they fully understand it, and who's made some of the decisions that we have to live by. Especially because we know, I mean, when I was here before, from 2001 to 2013, the Great Tsunami, they talked about it, Dr. Cog, back then. So it's here and coming. And so I've said this before, we have to look, that means different economics for this city of how they purchase, what they purchase, and if it's going to be a huge piece of this community, we need to know what we need to remain sustainable, and what that looks like. And I always bring up, we as a city have to be a role model with the Kentucky green grass versus native. We can't just speak it, we have to do it. And I totally agree. HOAs and whatever green passes you can give them to cut through ODPs and PDPs and whatever else they have to go through, to when they want to change from bluegrass to something else, let them do it. It's mind-boggling, because I was here 10 years ago and it was mind-boggling, and it continues to be mind-boggling, of being able to change something that can save water, that has no use for anything else except to look at. And people in these neighborhoods are saying, how can we, when can we? And there's all this red tape in there. We need to make it simple and clean and clear, and let them do it.
I'll tell you, Matt, it's the short, because don't often get accused of being the rule follower, but we should go too. So I do too. And so won't be surprised to hear that really around utility funding and making sure you keep rates low. I'd like to keep them below the 4.5%. And a lot of what we've heard, and I think this has always been the challenge around funding to utilities, with the 2x shortage, even with the water savings that we talk about, that has an impact downstream on funding our utilities. So that means less water we sell. We need to be realistic about that. It doesn't mean it's the wrong conversation, because it's the right conversation. In Colorado, we certainly should find ways to conserve, but that's all going to go into that same thing. How do we keep rates low? Sitting here thinking, the other thing that we never came back to as a council was, are we in the right place with the tiers? We did some substantial changes to the tiers that was very impactful for the resident. And I thought we were going to at some point reevaluate Are those the right size? Are we going to, is there a possibility to look at a Thornton type model? I know there was work that was done around that. I'm not really sure where that dropped off. And that last I heard, it was still kind of being looked at, but I don't know if that is the case still. So I'd like to understand that because I think it's part of that overall conversation. I very summary level said keep, rates below the 4.5%, but, to add context, that could mean a lot of things. And I don't think there should be any sacred cows in how we do that, besides making sure that we maintain healthy water, good infrastructure. And then the other thing that I had brought up is around public property and changes. And so the two examples I give is disc golf and the dog park. I think that as we talked about it earlier, so I don't want to beat a dead horse, but it's that same conversation. How do we propose changes and in a way that we're taking feedback and we're not too far down the road where we're, one, wasting staff time, but two, making the citizens feel as though we've made a decision before we've got their input. And the disc golf is a little bit different, and I understand there's challenges around it, but I very much think that we need to do what was told to council and the public back when that happened, which a lot of places are new since that did have started. I know a lot of people that are here that weren't here then are getting the brunt of it, but I think we need to be mindful and realize there's a reason for that. Is the community was told something, council was told something, and council ran with that because that's what staff told us. So, how do we, when we run into these situations, how do we figure out something that is workable for the community and, the city government? And last, I threw it in there because I think when I was talking with Michelle, had more time. And so, drawing out of our conversation, I think the roads is the other ones that we do need to continue to figure out how we fund. We've heard a lot of other things that are good, and I think that they're good examples of my earlier point about how do we make those strategic overarching priorities or goals for the staff that they've delivered on. Co-responders is a great example of that. And so, I think that to date, since we put that into place, I think, what is it, about 4 years ago that's been put into place. Staff has been good about coming back and saying, this is going good, we need to expand it. And I would hope that in those instances that we continue to do that and be the ones who drive that. Same with the Homeless Navigator program. Those are great examples where we set out a strategic priority and said we can back. Same with mental health in general. We've started expanding upon that, saying how do we do that for our internal employees? I know that we always had some component of that since I've been on, but I've seen that expanded. And so I guess point being, thank the staff for, you taking the priorities and running with them and coming back with action plans that allow us to achieve those overarching goals. That's really the last thing was just announced because it was said here about the ARPA dollars. I thought that we did with our ARPA dollars where we actually protected our did the math and the CFO did his thing so that we actually are no longer under that timeline. Is that accurate?
Yeah, thank you, Councilor. I didn't want to break the speaker at the time, but yes, our city has satisfied all of the CARES Act, our funding requirements for spending within a timely basis, utilizing those for public safety purposes. Yet with that change, some of those funds are carrying over in capital programs that are still available to spend that have not yet been dispersed. So
great.
Thank you.
But it's the right conversation. But I want to make sure I wasn't misremembering that because I think it's an important thing that the city did that, gave us some flexibility that other cities didn't do. And we heard about the homeless thing, and I just, since I've been with my left, the other thing I would say on that is I agree that this is a reasonable approach. And I think the thing that's frustrating the mass, open to continuing down that path is we put that money aside to work with our partners in Jefferson County, and then we're supposed to be this full center, which is, I think, is probably the right solution where, it's not just a place for them to go. There's supposed to be all the wraparound services to get people out of the cycle. So I hope that whatever we do with that money, that it's still something that is going to do that same thing, that works with our partners, that provides long-term change for those folks instead of just somewhere to stay when it's pulled in. That's important, but mean, we want to make a, life altering kind of changes where people get out of the cycle and help the next person. So.
Yes.
Since I was succinct in under 2 minutes, I want to say a couple other things. So as Councilor DeMott mentioned, the Thornton model of water allocation would be ideal because it helps everyone conserve, not just those with large lots. Everyone gets an allocation for the size of their yard of how much water they need to keep it alive. And then if you go over that amount, that's when you get a big increase. As we're doing it now, there are so many yards in our city that are totally unkept. And we hear that from residents. They're just weeds. They don't have the money to do zero-scape. And we can't put that on other taxpayers to pay to zero-scape someone else's yard. So I really like what Horton does for water conservation. But also, we got to look at, it's great to conserve, but we are allocated so much water, and if we don't use it, we lose it. The state will take it. And at the end of the year, we gave away a bunch of water to agriculture at cost. And it would be great if the citizens got some of that money and their water rates lowered instead of giving it away for $1.50 gallon, or per 1,000 gallons, I mean. So that's a concern to me, how we take care of yards and water and cost of water. And also the downtown concerns me because we are so much in debt down there. I know that I saw that we were 153 million in debt. We have got to find creative ways to get out of debt there. And I don't think the paid parking is working. I've talked to people down there. They want the parking free. It's too confusing. People don't come back. They get a ticket. They're not coming back. Those kind of things we've got to eliminate. Maybe in the future, there'll be only 2 hours parking free, but we don't have that problem right now. What we have a problem is getting people down there. So I think the parking should be free. This golf, I said I would mention because that upsets me that we take things away and we don't listen to the citizens. We're talking about tennis. If that's something viable that will make money for our city, like big time tennis I'm talking about, then maybe we should look at it, but ways to fund it other than taxpayers. I'm concerned about our campaigns and that we're taking money from outside. I think only citizens should be giving money to candidates, not developers, outside people. This is not representative of the citizens when people are being bought. And so I would like campaign finance reform also. Those are my major concerns. And also about the water, I think that HOA should pay residential rates, not commercial rates. They're not commercial establishments. They're not in it to make money. So I don't think they should be paid. And we were slightly lower on them, but I don't think that's enough. I think they should be paying residential rates.
Okay. I'm checking it again because we've got another activity with this stuff that you've just gone through. You need a break or do you want to keep going?
Just a quick comment. To pile on the navigation center idea, I think that is a critical element, and we do have $1 million, I believe, city manager that is ready to go. So I also met with Alberta. They would like to work with us. That navigation center is close to us in the northern part of their city, but southern part of our city, and they are just looking for fun, right? So we have done Wheat have fun, Golden May have fun, and what we're looking for is if we co-develop it with them, I think we can have a co-task force. So rather than having us do our own thing and then do their own thing, we can collaborate, because when you're on house, borders, you know, a border doesn't matter if you're in Westminster or if you're in Nevada. So pooling our resources with wraparound services and a 24/7 year-round shelter, I think is this regional concept that could actually bring a lot of good and share services, right? So we have our emergency center, they'll have this center, and we can share funds and services. It's just much more efficient, and they're looking to work with us if we're willing.
Or I need to ask City Manager Freitag. We've been working on this for over a year. Is it a different spot that they're looking at now?
I'm not aware of a new spot, and so that's not been shared with me. Know that the city of Urbana purchased land somewhere in their city center, and then just kind of went to ground on that because they did not have the plan for how they were going to sustain it over time. Build it, how do you sustain it? And they were going to work through those details. But my last communication with the Urbana city manager is the navigation center's on hold. I'm certainly open if they come up with a new plan or way. Certainly happy to have those conversations.
We've been at the table for over a year working on this. And so city manager has been working with the entire Jeffco team because it's going to take the village to make this all happen. So it's not a new concept because we had this $1 million. It's just getting it off the ground because it's not in Westminster. They pulled the plug for a while. So I was just interested if they had changed places after they bought.
Councillor Hott and then Councillor.
Yeah, so I just talked to Mayor Simpson, and so the area that they bought, they put in transitional housing and low-income housing, so they don't actually have the space there. So now they're looking in Adams County, the portion, I believe it's the area where Long College is. And so that borders out. So they are looking, and it was just last month that they, the mayor and I believe Mayor Pro Tem Foreman asked the staff to look at the viability of that area. And I know that Jeffco is going to contribute somewhere between at least three, maybe up to 6 million. And so I'm wondering if Adams County would contribute as well. And so, you know, we have the MAC, we have the, you know, the warming center. This would be a more, you know, encompassing wraparound centers. Right. It's also right next to a building that's on the other side of the border of Westminster that just got rented out by a facility that does work with addiction and substance use disorders. So that would be right next to that as well. And so because, you know, we have the warming center, they have the transitional housing, and this is something that we could work on together since it is bordering. And again, it would be, it just makes more sense as far as an investment. Because we're all doing our individual things a lot more expensive.
And that's the reason why over a year ago, we committed, 2 years ago, we committed $1 million.
I just want to make sure that the conversation stays at the table, especially with the changes.
We can't do it alone.
Right, right.
One more comment, yes.
As a comment, so I'm really glad we're talking about this week, and in this, I want to make sure we're pulling in our partners with the nonprofits that are in our area. If we can, I know that we have a navigator that's doing a great job with the judge, and I know we've got a homeless navigator, and so maybe this navigation center can pull that all together, but also maybe we can have information on who and what is available in our city as far as nonprofits that also have resources, and maybe that's one more member or it's a site with information, et cetera. Last ask, this is a big one, and it missed my radar earlier, but I just want to propose it to see if it's possible. Back to the transportation issue with folks who struggle to get around the city. RTD is struggling in many different ways, right? We can ask them for things, but they are honestly limiting a lot of their transit routes, not expanding in many areas. And so I've heard from folks in senior living facilities in our city that they cannot get to shopping centers. And so I'm wondering how much it would take if we did some sort of shuttle around the city, maybe one or two. I don't know how feasible this is, but I want to get it out in the open so we can start talking about it. That does a cycle, a loop, and maybe stops also at the major RTD stations as well so that they can get around. But I've heard from many folks that getting around our city is a struggle.
That would be Flex Ride. Via Transit is the one that's like that, but for disabled. So I think looking at them both, but Flex Ride's like $500,000 a year support, so it would be something we'd want to get a grant for.
Thank you. I'm glad you know the how. Okay, so the next, I'm going to tell you the next thing we're going to do, and then you can decide if you want to take a break.
We do want a break.
Okay, thank you. We're a little bit behind, but I think we can catch up. So before you go on your break, when we come back, I'm going to break you into two groups. You're going to number off so nobody gets to pick who they sit with. And I'm going to roll this forward close to you so you can read what's up there. And you're going to, in your two small groups, identify priority areas based upon what you shared. And you have priority areas in your current plan. You might want to keep some of the same ones. You might want to change them based upon what you put up here. So you don't have to be married to what's in your current plan. But what I want you to be married to is the structure of the priorities. They need to be broad, right? They need to have those the buckets, I've heard you call them, that many things can fit underneath, both short-term things and long-term things. So should we take a 10-minute break? Is 10 minutes enough? Take a 10-minute break. When we come back, we're going to go into that activity. Okay.
why we need to have them start at this level, and then he'll grow and expand, just like the bicycle.
Right. Okay, we're gonna get started. Right, I'm gonna. So everybody can see your work. All right, I'm gonna break it into two groups. And then I'll come to 1, 2. And you're gonna look at this work and you're gonna try to identify 4 to 6 priority areas that reflect what's up here. And so if you want to reference the previous strategic plan, you can, but you don't have to. But I'm looking for things like robust infrastructure. Looking, so very tightly worded priorities, but a handful of them, right? Because then after that, we're going to say, okay, if these are the big focus areas, that's another way to describe them, focus areas. Then we can start developing those objectives for those focus areas. You got to identify the focus areas first. And again, I don't want you to feel married to the ones that are in the current strategic plan. You just want to. 4 or 5 is ideal. Sometimes we say, oh, gotta have a 6th one. But if you could keep it to 4 or 5, because that's what allows you to maintain focus, right? If you have these clear-cut areas, and year by year, some of what is going on in those priorities can change, right? We want to get you to a point where you would know what was going to be happening in those priority areas for the whole 5 years. Probably going to do this in year 1. We're probably going to do this in year 2. We're probably going to do this in year 3. That's where we want to evolve your plan to, right? You're not there right now, and it might take a couple cycles to get you to sort of an ideal state with your plan, but we're going to head in that direction. Okay, does everybody understand what the assignment is? Okay, so we're going to number up. 1, 2, 1, 2,
1,
2,
1.
Okay, I'm going to ask the ones to kind of organize over here, things to organize over here. When you brainstorm, you can brainstorm on your notepads, your initial ideas, but when you are ready to report them out, I want you to write them on the sticky notes. And we're talking about those are big sticky notes. Yeah, these are really cool. I love these. You know, like 2 or 3 words to describe the priority area. Okay, so don't start with these. Do your discussion, and then when you feel like you're close, you can start writing them on the cards. I don't want to see more than 6 of these from each group. All right, you're welcome. And so really look at what you've put up here, because I think some of the ideas are clear based on what you've written up here. All right.
What do you think?
The two groups came up with their ideas for priorities, and they're each going to describe what they mean. One group kind of put some prompts on here, which was good because they were trying to show you what goes under that priority. But there's definitely some overlap once what the two groups discussed. So this group called out housing as its own strategic priority, which I could see staff maybe saying, well, that nests under something. And I've also seen communities name it as a priority because it's so crazily important. So we're not going to make judgments yet about where things go, but this group said housing should be a strategic priority. This one is not new because you have an infrastructure priority in your current plan, right? They have one called community engagement. And as soon as I get this groups up here, I'm gonna have them talk a little bit about what their conversation was around these. Economic vitality. Environment. And recreation. Okay, so who wants to be a spokesperson for this group and kind of give your thought process around each one of these 6 areas?
Claire did a good job.
Okay.
All right, so we'll start with housing. As you mentioned, that could be under elsewhere. However, this year, I think that between our residents calling it out, between the issues that we've been discussing at a legislative level, and between many efforts and right now towards housing, it's become what we're probably dealing with a crisis, I think, at all levels of government. And I think that we believe it needs to be its own priority, and the unhoused issues that surround between the navigation center, et cetera, also go under the housing priority. And so there's a lot that lives there. And that also includes, of course, our development plans and our comprehensive plan, et cetera. So there's a lot under housing. Infrastructure, that's ensuring that we cover our core values of the city, including fire, police, community safety, the roads, et cetera, facilities. Community engagement, this is where if we wanted to talk about the election process, that could go under there. It also includes the surveys that we've been doing around our projects. It includes the CAT teams. And it also includes a new website, possibly, if you have anything to do with it. And there's a lot that goes into there, including the accountability piece, the transparency piece, and the communication with our city. And that could also include events and having council present at events like we've discussed in the past, and it includes town halls. Right, so there's a lot there. Economic vitality. This includes our businesses. It includes talking about what are the ballot initiatives that will be presented this year. It includes taxes. It includes transit under there, just to ensure that we cover, ensuring that we are a strong, economically viable city, that we can do all the things that we want to do, and we can't do them unless we're economically viable. So, environment, I left it as that. We discussed whether it would be environmental sustainability or environmental, protection, et cetera. I just left it as environment because there's a lot that goes under there, including, either a climate action plan, sustainability. It also includes solar panels that were discussed. It includes the water conservation efforts that the mayor brought up. And there's a lot of different items that are under the environment. And then recreation, which has been a pressing issue, I believe that's somewhat new, but should be a priority since our city is saying that it's a priority. That includes the dog park, it includes tennis courts, pickleball, disc golf, and all the decisions regarding that. We've heard that our city wants and needs recreation, and we think we should be its own priority to ensure we have it.
So the other group have questions for them on any of this. Because then I'm going to put up the other groups and then you can see where the overlap is. Okay, so here, you guys were thinking along the same lines for sure. You guys called it community engagement. This group called it community empowerment. But they listed the same things that you talked about, Claire. They had transparency, accountability, all the engagement stuff. So these two to me look very similar. You both had infrastructure. This group named it resilient infrastructure. So I'm going to ask this group to talk about these two, because it sounds to me, I listened to part of your conversation, I listened to part of their conversation. These sounded like they were very similar conversations. Sarah, or who wants to capture what you talked about?
So, well, for resilient infrastructure, that was covering just our utilities and roads, and ensuring that we're investing in those over time. And for resilience, so that's why we put that in there. And I know I was like, kind of, how many times can we say resilient? I think that was pretty clear.
Yep, and same thing with community empowerment. Both groups talked about the same things. Access and affordability. So they put a whole bunch of stuff under this really broad area: cost of living, housing, accessibility to transit, recreation. So what I'm going to do here is just kind of group these, because they listed out some of the things that you all had said. And then, you know, these stickies don't like this whiteboard service for whatever reason. And then they had something different. They put health and safety together from a community-wide perspective, and they had things like public safety, homelessness, the environment under here. So they would have grouped the environment in with health and safety, but you guys might not agree with that. Okay. So I'd like to get some reaction from the group, and here's a place where staff can ask questions and say, what did you really mean by that? That category, I'm not sure that makes sense to me. So staff can ask questions, or you as council members can reflect. Go ahead, Councilor Demott.
I wanted to get some color on some of this. Right. So yeah. This is my thought on it. We may not agree, but like to me, like for example, we have our sustainability folks, and so environment should be something like we agree on. You know what's important as far as keeping the environment healthy. Sometimes that's safety, sometimes that's actual environment. But it's one of those it should be, in my mind, how we do business. We agree that it's a value for us and we should try to incorporate it in all things that we do, whether it's development, whether it's fleets that we buy for the different departments. And so I think that should be how we do business versus, just focusing on budget.
How do we ensure that that is the case? Should it be under each one, maybe? Because I agree in theory, and I think it either is at the top or it's at the bottom of all of them, right? And so how do we include it?
I sort of felt like when we were talking about the guiding principles, that almost there's sustainability and resilience, like two overarching elements that kind of live and breathe through everything that we're doing. You could almost, integrate equity in some ways into that as well, because it kind of lives. We want equitable access to opportunity, equitable health and safety, so that those are kind of overarching principles. And so maybe it's captured there more strongly. I can't remember now that I'm not looking at it directly. What do we have?
I've got them up here, but you can't see them. Let me push this aside for a second. And it's not liking that surface. I have seen clients have a guiding principle around resiliency. I've had that includes the environment. I've seen them included in stewardship. I've seen value or a guiding principle around environmental stewardship. So you could reflect it as a guiding principle or a value that undergirds everything.
I think that's what we need to do, because it's not overtly written.
No, it isn't. I think we talked about it at one point. In one of the cycles of this, we talked about including something related to the environment in the guiding principles.
But question for the group, I mean, this gets back to like how we do business. So like stewardship and fiscally responsible is how we do business. So, I mean, to me, you could incorporate that as one of those principles about how we do business. And I think the same thing with it. And we've had this discussion in the past around equity. To me, that should be, we're not going out to try to, get points on the board saying, look how equitable it would be. Should be doing that in all things we do, make sure that we're bringing, the whole community along with us. So,
my feedback is the strategic priorities have accountability attached to them. So, again, we're making a plan for the next few years. So now we lean this towards something that has accountability attached to it until it becomes a habit to integrate this with all levels of our government. Because I do understand what you're saying, that it should be how we do things. It should, but it's not. And so how do we get there? And so maybe a step to getting there is making this a strategic priority until it's something that can be left unsaid. Aren't quite values.
I think that's very valid and a good point. I think both things can exist. And so that's what I would ask if you're, because obviously you kind of have like a action, I want to achieve some sort of goal. So like, what would that goal be? Like, this was an example. Just have an example to get where I'm going. Say you wanted to have 10% of the city buildings have solar on them. I mean, that could be an actionable thing that has accountability. So it could be a yes and in my mind that we incorporate in the as principle. So then maybe we have like a goal in mind. Maybe you don't now, but I think the group should think about it. If you want something like that we have a goal in mind that we can actually measure and have some. If we're looking for something in terms of.
Go ahead, Councilor Azadi. I have some thoughts about this that I want to share, but go ahead.
So I think to Councilor Cornelius' point and to Councilor Lamont's point, it should be both, right? I think there are elements of environmental sustainability that should be ingrained in everything that in the how we do work, but more importantly, there are priority areas that we should focus on that we haven't done much of in the city from an environment standpoint. So I think it should actually be a priority area and a guiding principle. But there are objectives within the priority area that I'm sure Councilor Familia has, I have, I'm sure many of us have, that we should actually prioritize in this. So it's important enough to put in both.
I think I'm hearing that it makes sense to incorporate this somewhere in your guiding principles, so we can work on where. We don't have to do that today. We can bring that back to you. I don't see this often as a standalone priority. I think it's nested in a lot of different things because you can imbue your resilient infrastructure with a focus on it not harming or doing damage to the environment, for example. If this was community health and safety, there are a whole bunch of things that have to do with this that are under community health and safety. So I don't typically see this as a standalone. It's sort of it's a principle, and there can be specific objectives that are part of strategic priorities that pay attention to the environment. Staff, can we hear from, oh, go ahead first.
I do like the economic vitality one, because I think we should include it in too. Because we can't do any of these things unless we're economically viable.
Yep.
And the citizens have to be economically viable too. I mean, they have to have good jobs, they have to be able to afford their house, they gotta be able to, you know, pour their water, whatever. And if we're not making those tax dollars, or we're not gonna be able to do anything.
Sounds like we have
Really
three
important one.
pretty clear ones, the infrastructure one, the community engagement empowerment one, something to do with the vitality of the community's economy. Are we in agreement that this probably isn't a standalone?
Can I just respond real quick?
Yeah,
To
please.
say that, yes, I understand the argument here. We can make it under these, but we haven't. So can we agree to put it as a priority under each bucket? And then towards my argument to having it as a standalone, I just want residents to have something to point to help their arguments, such as the ongoing one right now around lead, for example, in our city. It makes it actionable for them to say you have to do something about it. And so we say, okay, we're gonna have a plan to address it. That plans, we'll do what we can. They have something to point to that says that you promised to address it here within the city guidelines and priorities. And so if we want to put it under everything, sure, but I just want to make sure it doesn't end up at the bottom, it ends up at the top, right? Like this is what we're addressing first, is the community's health and safety and environmental standards and protections that we should be addressing first and foremost before we make any other decisions.
Yeah, we could. Oh yeah, community health or environmental health and safety or
Health,
something.
environmental.
Yeah.
How community health or.
So this could be here, if we broadened this to community health and safety. Recognizing it's also going to be somewhere in the guiding principles. Okay, so this is the one that I don't think is clear yet. We have infrastructure, we have community engagement empowerment, we have economic vitality, we have community health and safety. This one, access and affordability, it's got cost of living, housing, accessibility, transit, recreation. This one, I really want to ask a question of staff. Does this make sense to you? Like, how would you be able to organize your work around this broad category of access and affordability? Like, does that fit? Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that, if I was gonna rename that, I would call it something like vibrant community. Because we're talking about all those quality of life issues, we're talking about how we build community, provide access across community. I don't know if either Tomas or maybe others may have some perspective on that, but I did have a question if I could.
Yeah, please.
Is for the folks who did the blue stickies, where does the public safety and public and community safety stuff for the blue stickies? I didn't see where police, fire, emergency management.
Infrastructure.
Infrastructure.
Yeah, they were thinking of infrastructure a little bit really, really broad. But I think what I heard the blue sticky group say is they could see the safety parts from their infrastructure one also fit in here in community health and safety.
So that's answered. Thank you very much.
Yep.
And then, so back to that kind of left group of stickies. We call that vibrant community. I'd ask Tomas maybe to share some thoughts there on quality of life and shared sense of community. And then to Lindsay, housing, is housing part of that vibrant community piece, or is it part of economic vitality, which would be a better fit? So your direction.
Can I, as you're thinking, can I just qualify that's the access and affordability? The access was access to opportunity, and it's accessing, being able to get transit to go to where you need to your job, to your, doctor's appointments. Affordability was about our cost of living, whether that's utility costs or housing costs. and then access to recreational amenities, whether that's a physical component or it's a affordability component. So I just wanted to couch all that. Now you can, with that, there you go.
Yeah, I think, being access and affordability, putting housing there, it makes sense to me. I understand it. So really no issues. And I think it's, at least in my mind, it's okay if some things overlap, and housing is also, it's also economic development. It's, you have to work for all of the jobs to live, right? You know that from the state demographer. A house is where a job lives. So I don't have an issue with it, housing being under access and affordability.
I could definitely see recreation being under vibrant community. I think that makes a lot of sense. I do think that PRNL has a important role to play in terms of environment and in terms of economic development. People move to this community because they love the parks and open space. We just got a survey back where that was like one of the top things that's most important to them. So I loved that environment was a standalone, and I love it being incorporated into all of them. I do think it is, if you look at stewardship and thrift, that's the classic definition of sustainability.
Yeah.
So, I think that it could fit into our guiding principles easily under that category.
Maybe stewardship and thrift was said that stewardship and fiscal responsibility. Maybe it could say stewardship and sustainability, and then you have that word responsibly manage all of the resources. The thought.
I would just ask you to do that, though, I do think you call out for the fiscal responsibility is important. I just think that really shows the residents that we do have their tax dollars in mind, and they expect that of us.
I agree. I want to keep it.
You want to keep fiscal responsibility in the guiding principle title. Okay. We'll figure out where we can do environment and sustainability in the guiding principles. So, I mean, we might be able to add one. We'll add one, right?
Yeah, I think you might have support for that.
Okay. Councilor Zadi.
I have a question for the blue sticky folks. Does economic vitality, is that only speaking to revenue generation, basically?
It also speaks to transit, revenue generation. We mentioned revenue of our residents as well. And there's a lot. Actually, the mayor did a good job.
Economic development, workforce development, all of that stuff, right? Jobs.
So it's not just city, it's community?
It's both.
One could argue that well-maintained parks are part of economic vitality of a community because they have such a positive impact on real estate values and quality of life.
And tennis centers.
I'd say right, sports tourism.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Some of these can overlap, but having a fairly clear idea of what's in one bucket is helpful. So there are 6. Does anybody have any heartburn about having this be vibrant community? And in the goal statement, we could use words like access to opportunity and affordability. If we describe that as part of being a vibrant community, would you guys be okay with that?
Don't we already have, we have economic vitality.
I think the word vibrant is to be, what's the word? It's not clear. It's not a clear enough word to describe what we're trying to go for in that bucket. I get it, but you can look at vibrant in lots of different ways. That's access.
So the group that came up with that likes the title of access and affordability or access to opportunity. You like that better than vibrant community? You think it's more accurately descriptive of what you're trying to get at? I'm seeing heads nod. Staff, can you kind of live with that? Does that work for you? Okay. So we have 5. And if we, in the goal statement, maybe we might use the word vibrant because we're going to develop goal statements for these. We have 5. Does this look pretty good? checking with all the council members. This look pretty good in terms of the big broad categories. Yes.
What's the first category being called? Did we agree that it's access to opportunity?
Is it, yeah, do you want it to be access to opportunity or do you want it to be access and affordability?
Personally, I like opportunity, but I'll let others.
I think this is stronger personally. And you could put affordability costs kind of stuff in the goal statement. Is this okay?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, one thing that I want to point out is, and remember we said 4 to 6 priorities, not more than 6. I'm not suggesting that we absolutely have to add one, but to me, there could be another priority that is around the health of the organization as an operating unit. Things like, you know, the internal workforce of the agency, the city, things like information technology and all of those systems that support all of this other work. Things like, you know, the organization's, well, it's human resources, it's human talent, its ability to retain that talent, kind of all those things that support the operational health of your city enterprise.
And I like that idea. I think something like organizational vitality or something that is broad, because I think ultimately if the organization is not highly functioning, butts and seats, then we're not doing any as enterprise.
What do others think?
Michelle,
Yes.
can I make one
Yeah, go ahead.
comment? So actually, Councilor Demott, earlier in the morning, you said something about wanting to let staff know when there's, especially a strategic priority area or when we're writing a memo, that we have difficulty fitting in. I think this is an area where staff has a lot of difficulty. So I really support adding a goal around organizational health or vitality. I think Michelle hit a number of those that are big for me, but around organizational development, leadership, continuous improvement, strong financial management. I think those are some key areas for me around this. I was thinking more of organizational effectiveness and efficiency, but something in that space.
And I would add to that, just thoughts over time. Often those are one of those areas that the public doesn't always understand why we're spending money in that. And I, you know, both here and in my, you know, private job, I think that developing your workforce is really, really important. And I think that having it as a bucket helps us tell that story about, like, oh, here's why we're spending that money. Here, you know, like fire always gets picked on with all your accomplishments, but like your ISO ratings and stuff, we put into our people so that we get those ratings that, you know, flow down to insurance rates. And so I like that, you know, that bucket too, because it not only helps, you know, direct those dollars in their bucket, but it also helps us tell a story to the public who we are spending those dollars, whether it's in salaries or development or any of the other stuff that we might do under there. I like that a lot.
We make sure staff development and succession planning's in there.
Yep.
Efficiency word myself. I wanted to be efficient and do things efficiently.
I think people need to come in and learn the history. History's important. Understand why we do what we do before they decide to change it.
All right, this is pretty good. Do we have, so just in terms of the names, do we have a preference of community empowerment versus community engagement? Does it?
That's a good question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we get tasked a lot with building a sense of community and placemaking and all around that kind of making our community welcoming Is there an opportunity to call it community and then part of it is engagement, part of it is sense of community? Can we bump it up and make it a broader category? And if not, where should we put all of our community building, sense of community efforts?
I think that's part of what they meant by community empowerment. But maybe there's a better way to describe it. Like, one thing we're going to have to get to is the parallel construction. So usually the strategic priority, the name for it is descriptive. And so if you just say community without a descriptive word or two, I don't know that it's clear. So I know what you're saying, but if the priority is just community, it's lacking description.
And I would, to that note, I would put across that both those ways are really important. And this is back to the point we were making, we're going through the guiding principles. Not just telling the residents what we're going to do, it's empowering them to be part of that. So even if you did community engagement and empowerment,
yeah,
however you encapsulate both those words, I think that they're two sides of the coin that are both equally important for us to give weight to.
We could actually include both words.
I would like that.
Okay.
That would be clearer, I think.
Yeah. How about, are we good with resilient infrastructure? I think your previous plan had robust. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
We go back to community empowerment and engagement for a quick second. What does successful community engagement look like?
Can we put a pin in that?
Oh, okay.
Because I'm trying to get the names first, and then we're going to talk about the outcomes, right?
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to go through outcomes, so we're going to answer that question. You're just a step ahead of me.
Thank you.
I'm going to put them on the spot and make them answer that question. All right. Resilient infrastructure is the current title robust? Does it matter?
I like resilient. I'm sorry, go ahead.
From the staff perspective, I think resilient infrastructure would be more inclusive of, I think what city council has been talking about today and also this year. So I would say resilient is more effective of what we've heard so far.
So, so the idea of infrastructure, if there's a perception that infrastructure are physical systems, does this label really capture the public safety efforts of our police and fire departments?
That's over here.
They're moved. Okay.
Community health and safety.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was intended to live under the
blue group originally thought of it that way, but I think once this one went up here, I think there was agreement that it can fit here too. So I think we're okay. All right, so we've talked about community empowerment engagement. We've talked about economic vitality. Is that the right phrase? I think there was some general agreement about that. Community health and safety. Does that work? And then organizational health, that's all the internal stuff. All right, we ended up with 6. It's okay.
Where did we land fiscal responsibility?
So I think where we ended up with that is it's stewardship and fiscal responsibility and the guiding principles. And then our next task is we have to figure out how we're going to include the environmental value in the guiding principles. Yes.
Last real quick ask, community health and environment and safety? No? Community health, environment and safety?
And how do people feel about it?
It's left the way it is, so I think we can get caught up in all these regulations that are going to be
I rarely see it as a strategic priority kind of standing out there. It's usually in a guiding principle and nested. Not that it's not important, but it's part of resiliency, it's part of vitality, it's part of health and safety, it's part of empowerment, and it's also part of access to opportunity. Highlighting that. Yeah. I just took the note that it's going to be a guiding principle And it's gonna be, you're gonna see it in the objectives within each of these priorities. Before we leave this, because now we're going to talk about the outcomes that you want to achieve in each of these priority areas. We're going to answer Andy's question multiple times. We're going to answer it for each priority. Do you think the environmental stewardship or something like that should show up as its own principle? Or do you see it integrated into something that's already up there? Councilor DeMott.
I would see it as mayor, I could, but I would be curious your thoughts because we feel strongly about this. I want to make sure that we have a good path forward that we're on the same page with, so I would ask for your.
Thank you. Well, earlier I thought I heard support for putting it as its own. I would like to have it as its own, just because it should be a guiding principle of everything we do. And again, it's all interpretation, right? But my interpretation of environment is around human health and safety and well-being, and wildlife and open spaces protection. It affects everything we do, right? To our water plant, to our grass, changing that over. So I think it should be its own, absolutely. And I just strongly feel this way because I think that while we say it could be included, it's often forgotten entirely.
So would anybody be completely opposed to having us draft a new guiding principle that deals with the environment for you to look at?
I asked for if we're able to do that because before you said that, my thought was, because I do agree it touches everything, whether it's a safe environment, it's fire providing or streets or parks and rec. Like you guys are the ones doing that. And so how this is encapsulated to you to do your job and how you could take the thoughts that the counselor had and what Michelle's saying, make that a guiding principle that you can actually have meaningful action on is going to be important. So if we're going to do that, I certainly would welcome, each department to kind of say, here's what that means to them. Mm-hmm. And then maybe staff looks at that and says, okay, let's summarize that all together. Because I think that would make sense because it does go across everything, but let's make it meaningful in a way that staff can take action.
Yes, actionable. And I think they could probably pretty readily put something together. In fact, in the space of time that we were having you do your small group discussions, or even before that, staff came up with 3 options to reword transparency and accountability. So I have no doubt that the staff can come up with a good, clear guiding principle that's actionable. Yes.
Well, we do have an innovative initiative that has a sustainable future. So I think that's the resilient and sustainable future to me is about the environment. So I don't know. To me, I don't agree that we need another principle.
Do we want to take a vote on this one? Yeah. Okay, let's vote on who's in favor of including a new principle around environmental stewardship or something like that. Okay, so we're going to do it. Staff will draft something using some of the words that Councilor Carmelia talked about, including human health and safety, safety of wildlife, animals, water, all those things that make up that are about kind of environmental health, if you will. Okay, are we ready to now try to describe the outcomes of these things? So when I'm talking about outcomes, I want you to think at least 5 years out and say, if we were just knocking this access to opportunity out of the park, like we were really getting it right, what does that look like? What would be different in 5 years if people in the city of Westminster, the people who live here and the people who have businesses here and lives here, if they had access to opportunity, what does that look like? What are the outcomes? Okay, what else?
Jobs close to home.
And here's where there's some of the overlap between economic vitality and access to opportunity, but let's just put it here. We're brainstorming, so jobs close to home.
Majority of residents be housed.
Not just that, what's the measure that we use for, us, like the seniors that we have there? I'm sorry, I'm just like staring at you, Lindsay. The burdened households, like we don't have households.
Burdened households. Reduction in, it's the percentage that are paying 30% or more of their income, using 30% or more of their income on housing.
Our population is not housing burden.
Yeah.
I'd like to see, more diverse housing and mixed use areas and walkable neighborhoods for the folks who want that.
Trying to put a percent on first time home buyers, but can't come up with one, but I'd like to see a huge increase on first time buyers. Whether it's condos, duplexes. I don't care.
You think about downside. For seniors to be able to buy.
Well, part of that is not allowing everyone to buy up millions of homes, or not millions, but corporations buying up homes prevents first time home buyers from buying a home.
And it's artificially inflated, right?
That is a conversation I wanted to have.
You know, it was a big issue in Oakland, and I remember they were, actually, Oakland had a big agreement with this one corporation that's buying up a bunch of homes.
Do we have, I mean, I've heard this a lot. I mean, I could see the concern, but I'd like to know at some point if we're gonna have that conversation, do we have that problem? But if we don't have that problem, I guess that should be avoided versus other places that have it, because I don't know that we actually, we're not, but it's an interesting question.
I've seen it in flipping.
We did get some
developers, Westminster.
Yeah, and we've heard it. And there was a gentleman that owns 4 townhouses at the new downtown by the recycling center.
That's an individual person. I know some family members who made their living off of
That's
it.
an individual person, but that's not 3 other people that own a home.
Okay,
I mean, where's the limit? I don't know.
so we've got a good list here of outcomes you want to see. We haven't hit on any of the thing about recreation here. So what are some outcomes you want to see as it relates to, I'm looking at the words that are up here. We've talked about housing. You've talked about accessibility to transit. You haven't talked about recreation.
Heard several people say disc golf comes back.
That's really specific.
So just a wider variety of opportunities for our residents to enjoy.
Yeah, I think our open space is great and the walking is great, but people are wanting recreation besides open space.
You just look at it.
Can't just look at it, right? You want to use it.
So it's kind of like more opportunities for interactive
Yes.
activities, right? Because we have a lot of solo, so we can walk out trails all we want, but I think folks want more community building opportunities where it's interactive sports, things to do. I don't know how to bring that in a concise
All right,
phrase.
that's okay.
Like community events are ranked right up at the
It's
top
a good
of what the
example.
community is looking for in our events.
And tennis too.
Tennis is way
And
down.
tennis, and disc golf.
Golf and tennis are both way at the bottom. Sorry, I mean, it is what it is.
Oh, from your community survey?
Yeah, the statistically valid survey.
Yeah.
I know, I'm getting dry.
All right, is that a pretty good list for now?
Can you read the list? I can't read.
Yeah, so outcomes that you want to achieve, what does success look like if you're knocking it out of the park with access to opportunity? Affordable transit, jobs close to home, majority of residents are housed, population is not housing burdened, more diverse housing and walkable neighborhoods, increase in first-time home buyers, a wider variety of opportunities for residents to enjoy, and more interactive / community building events.
For the housing burden, do we mean cost burden? Is that what that was?
Yes, I'm sorry, how, not. cost, but yeah, I left a word out there, sorry.
And I feel like it's missing the focus on seniors. We could have a majority of our residents that are not cost burdened, but our senior population could still be extremely burdened. Look at, right? So I feel like we need a separate line just for senior housing.
I would agree.
Yeah.
The mayor said affordable senior housing.
It's called.
Doesn't have to be the Cadillac version.
Cadillacs.
One thing I'd like you guys to consider, I think it could be really, really instructive, is AARP came up with what they call it's very based in research. It's called the livability, community livability index. And it doesn't just measure it just for people of a certain age group. The things, the criteria that is in it, research has found is good for every age group in a community. So I would encourage us as we get more deeply into this for staff and you to start looking at that AARP Community Livability Index, because there are some performance measures in there, and there's also some success criteria that could be very useful as you think about what you want to do regarding your aging population and making sure the seniors in your community are well served. Okay, can we move to the next one? And this one, oh, are we done?
Final thought as well, I don't know if I see access for folks without cars, and so I'd love to connect. I'd love to concentrate on connecting bike paths to shopping centers. So a little bit more integration in our city.
But I'm going to say mobility for all, because that means that's everything, including cars and other ways of getting around.
So one of the things I brought up to council on Monday, and this is the direct ask from Inclusivity Board, and I think it fits under this access to opportunity, is really that what are we doing, and this is really in the volunteer piece probably. I had asked about us looking at the potential for a volunteer program that maybe would be potentially vetted through our police department to match people who want to maybe help our senior community, whether it's grocery stores, doctor's visits, to do that kind of volunteer work, you know, like snowbusters and things like that, was kind of where it came off of. And when we met with the Senior Resource Center, part of when they asked him, what could we do to better the situation for seniors in our community? And he talked about being neighborly in community and knowing each other, and like just talked about some of the needs. So I don't know if that's possible, but that was a desire for them to try to come up with a program or a way for them to engage in that community and help. So
Dave, I think that's here.
it could be there too, but I want to make sure that it gets encapsulated somewhere. I'm thinking opportunity to help, so you could be right as far as where it is or where it's at. But that was their main focus was our strength.
I'm capturing it. Maybe we'll talk more about it. Okay, yep. Okay, lunch is here. Do we want to break for lunch? And do you want to work through lunch? This is your time. I'm happy to do whatever you want. You want to break for 15 minutes, grab lunch, start eating it, and then continue? What's the pleasure of the group?
I'm hearing work through lunch.
Okay, so should we take couple minutes to get up, get your stuff, get back, get settled?
If I could tell you how it's set up.
Okay, yes.
Make it easier on everybody. There's a tag on the top that tells you what that stack is. If you take the top one, just take the tag off and put it on one. So to the left are salads, so they should be gluten-free. In the middle are sandwiches, and to the right are vegetarian options.
Thank you. Right. I'll look to a cue from you all about when you're ready to start brainstorming again. going to talk about the outcomes for resilient infrastructure and what that means. We're gonna get through all 6 of these. And then once we've got outcomes for all 6, that's when I'm gonna break you into groups and you're gonna start working on the high level objectives for each priority. And the way that we're gonna do that is you're gonna go back into small groups and each group is gonna take 3 priorities. If we have, and then everybody gets to comment on the group's work, but if we have each group do all 6, we will never get done today. So we're gonna divide and conquer and then come back together to achieve consensus. All right, so let's take the next priority area, which is resilient infrastructure. When you're thinking of, we're knocking it out of the park in 5 years, we're really happy with the results we've gotten, with what we've accomplished. What does that look like?
Is it a PCI or what is that? Oh, what?
AQI.
You
Good ratings.
Okay, help me understand what was just said. Streets have what? Streets are what?
High quality streets. We don't need to get back to green plan like we do right now.
They're rated A, B, C, D, F. Some Fs.
There's some kind of accepted rating system?
No Fs.
No what? No
F is failure.
Oh, I see. Like an actual grade, like a kid in school. Okay. I got it. Okay. That gets a little. It's school. It's. Now, well, it's a little bit like,
Okay, you hold that side.
Righty malfunction.
Righty tighty, lefty loosey.
Okay, what else is happening? If you're being really successful at creating and maintaining resilient infrastructure for the community, what is that?
So 5 years is a small term.
You could go longer. For infrastructure, that's really short.
Yeah,
So yes.
We've talked about like the 10-year plan and we know we have to recalibrate every 10 years
Yep.
to look at the financials. And nauseam about it. We probably will continue to talk and nauseam about it. But to me, success is still that we're able to maintain a very low increase over time, but still pay for the infrastructure. And then when we talk about the resiliency, this is me pitching an idea that I hope that this is definitely, again, this is probably a 10, 15 year down the road thing that leadership and council will have to deal with. But we should leave thoughts to the future somehow so that people can look back to the history and know why we made decisions. But like when you look at the water plant, one of the things that was really impactful for me when we went with that is that when the new pump goes online, we'll have 3 different geographic locations that are serving water at some level. And so like, if I think resilience, that's very resilient for what I hope the city does in the future, because we've also heard a lot of well-deserved and understandable heartburn about the second phase of the water plant. I don't think that should be a solid, this is what we're going to do when we get to that thing. The one, we don't really know what the first end is. But at that point, that would make sense. Like, then to separate in a smaller fashion than what we would do today. Because then we would still have 3 geographic locations to be able to serve the city. And if you took any one of those out, you could fulfill an entire need of the city, whereas today we can only do summer months or out of summer months. So it's just an idea, and I'm not saying, but to me, that's what resilience is that we have a system that put it out, we still conserve, and we're doing it in a way that is affordable for the community to maintain. So the other part of that is that long-term planning that as we said that we know that it's going to be that we're planning with folks that can rehab in a way that we're planning for. So when that drops off, that's the time to do a new one, because then we know to set that on. So those are just some of the things that come to mind when we talk about resiliency and structure for us.
Like appropriate redundancy. Backup systems as needed.
What else?
Fully staffed, which we're almost there now, but continue to be fully staffed, police and fire departments.
That's here. Community health and safety. So hold your thought.
You feel like that.
That's okay. You can bring it up over there. Anything else under resilient infrastructure?
So more fairly distributed customer satisfaction across the city on infrastructure needs. So historic Westminster, for example. We feel that they are not getting enough of our attention as a city, especially when it comes to infrastructure projects. So an outcome would be that we have a distributed level of customer satisfaction across the city, and that's in particular geographic segment.
But also add, maintaining our water quality, which is no small feat, especially when we have to increase, regulations are, increased. And so we have to then invest in improving the water quality. That's something, and then exactly where this would go, but the wireless facility distribution or digital,
That improves digital access.
We've asked for maps just to make sure nobody's being left out, but I'm hoping that each one's doing something somewhere.
Okay.
You have cell towers in there.
And then do we have, making sure that we're, continuing to identify unfinished sidewalks? Have the water infrastructure in place to handle the wildfires when they hit?
Asset management fit in there in terms of knowing exactly that when something's wearing out, you need to replace it.
Yeah, so how would you describe that as an outcome? Have a comprehensive asset management system?
They have a comprehensive,
Asset management system?
it's has common language and consistent approach. Because then at least you know what you have and what needs to be done. You can kind of look forward. Things are not just in a reactive mode.
Data-driven decision-making.
Yeah.
Data-driven.
Yeah, exactly. That system allows you to have that data-driven decision-making.
Where are we with streetlighting?
I hadn't gotten around to streetlights yet.
Some, but not all.
It's safe.
Yes.
I'm not sure where this fits in overall here, but I think you're talking about what you were just saying, like expand on that, like into the technology realm. So it's what I do for my day job. One of your biggest challenges is making sure that you're funding technology infrastructure needs in a way that you're not creating technology debt, so that that's for future to deal with. So at the website, I think in terms of modern functionality that we're doing because we're legislated like the at some point we're going to have to, that technology is going to continue to evolve, and so that's not a like we reached the finish line because we have them. That's going to change. We're going to have more data that we're going to have to store. We're going to have to figure out what to do with it. So the same thing you're saying, but making sure that that's not just your realm, but it's also all of us that are gonna either in the lights out because of all of you or because of
You find a port. It's the community and rock. So.
Yeah. I don't think we do it.
I think that whole concept of making sure that you're investing in your IT systems and you have replacement strategies, and all that stuff. And we'll put it here when we get that sheet going. Thank you. Okay, let's move on.
For water conservation, I think an outcome could be better coordination with HOAs for the outcome of just conserving more water in the long term. There isn't much coordination today, and I think we could do a much more to save a lot more.
Okay. We are going to do community empowerment and engagement. Chance to write the title up here.
I'm so excited. I've been waiting to answer this since Andy asked.
Yeah.
Ready, I'll watch the judge. So on this one specifically, so we had some really good examples of where we had opportunity to do better. And so the dog park and disc golf are both those opportunities. And to me, the process where a better outcome would have been is if the public would have had the discussion before we had solutions that we presented. So you would have done the chat or the dog park, for example, and it would have been more community driven our solutions. Just like you oftentimes have that. It is that here's what challenges, here's some things that we could do that would help some of those challenges hear from the community before we come back. Because to the earlier point, the way that we did it, and I'm not saying I don't understand why you did it, and it's been the way it's, there's been a lot of things in my time in the city that's staff's doing their work and they're trying to do their best. They present the product and then the community hates it. If the community was part of them developing that, I think we have better outcomes. And anything in life, you're still gonna have people who are gonna not like it. You're gonna have people who do like it, but at least they would have been part of that whole thing. So there's some ownership. So that would be how I would see that.
Community input before we create solutions or develop things.
Finalize things.
On that, and also the recycling center, I think was, people didn't know that was happening either, or it happened.
I'm gonna let everyone keep talking, Andy, and if they're not getting to your answer that you need, let us know. Okay, what else, how else do you define success in the area of community development? What is it look like? If you're doing it well, go ahead.
So aside from engaging people, just that people are informed. I don't know, measuring that, like we could read brainwaves, do you think? Like IT?
I don't want you to do that.
So the proactive and the informing, what are those best metrics? Because we can demonstrate effort, we can say, look, we did these things. But if we can talk all we want, we can have that one-way communication. But if nothing comes back, what would success look like in terms of a metric or a measurable?
But I'll say fully with Andy's point and to Councilor Demott's point, I think that in 5 years' time, what that would look like, I don't know right now what the answer is to your specific question, but we want to talk as where we achieve community buy-in where projects are approved. And right now we've been balancing and fine tuning that process. We've been trying out surveys, we've been trying out CAPs, we've been trying out all sorts of things. And so I think the goal here is to have that process fine tuned at this point so that we have a process that all residents feel like is working.
On the informed actual measures, like click rates, subscriptions / followers on social media.
I think of it in terms of, part of it is in the community survey that you do every 2 years. You can get some good information from that. But it's like, I think about the polling that cities that are really successful, if they're going out to do a bond measure, will do a lot of polling before that bond measure ever hits the street. So to me, polling has a negative connotation in a lot of senses, but it's really a very positive thing because you got to take the temperature of your community, right? If you want to face backlash, that's fine, but you got to kind of take the temperature of the community before you're going to do something that's going to change things.
Another thing is, especially, we've had so many surveys recently, most of them on Facebook. And I think you can also do it on the website, but people at the grocery store, wherever you see them, will tell you that they feel that it's very focused and trying to drive you to the decision that we want, or whoever is putting out the poll. It's usually, I don't even know it's out there. And so that's perception. And there's been a few things recently that are out there that we didn't know was out there. And it's the first time ever I have answered emails. I haven't seen something. We have not discussed it. Obviously, you know before we do. And then when I see something come on Facebook, I'll copy and paste that, use that as my answer if this is what I found on Facebook. And then finally, when it comes to us, then the next emails I'll share, well, this is what was discussed with us. So it makes it very difficult being an elected position if trying to run interference with all that if it doesn't come through us first. And not seeing some of these polls and the questions being asked, we can't help share how it looks. So the public forms its own opinion.
So I would say that when I think about community empowerment, what matters to me a lot, and to a lot of folks in this room, is the engagement of the public, right? So one way to measure that, if you look at our city council meetings, who's in the audience, right? We have big audiences when there's a proclamation or something special happening. But on average, they're communicated, so it's not that we're not telling them when, where, and what's happening. But I feel like there's something missing. I don't know what that is. But the general population, most people still don't know what nights our city council meetings are. And that's basic level of that we would expect. At least they should at least know. So I personally try and communicate with them and try to tell them what's happening and give them that information. But I think that there's a missing element from a communication standpoint. And I don't think, and to Mayor McNally's point on surveys, we have a lot of surveys, and I'm glad to see that has gone through the roof over the last couple of years. We have a lot more than we used to have, but there are various issues with them. But more importantly, they could be fixed, and yes, right, those can be optimized. But there are multimodal ways, other ways that we should be collecting input to meet people where they are. Not everyone has a computer. Not everyone fills out surveys, and they may even see it, and they won't fill it out. We're not ensuring the folks who do fill it out are a diverse group of people, right? So there's no checks or balances there on are we actually taking a real cross-section of the community, or is it just a really loud portion of the community who wants this one thing, right? We don't do that very well or very often because we focus so much on online surveys to collect input, when I think that there are more personal avenues that we could look at, more in person. We have a lot of townhouse scheduled. You know, there's just some more creative ways that we can actually build that consensus, if you will, of what people actually want. And that's why you may hear some of us say, hey, the people want this, because we talk to a lot of people in person, you know, in different ways. And staff may see it as, well, we asked them on a survey and they said no. Yeah, but that's because there are different cross sections, right? So we have to figure out a better way of collecting input. And the other thing for community empowerment, from an outcome standpoint, the way I see it is we should have more folks who want to get involved in local government, right? So you've heard the ideas that are brought up already in terms of implementing term limits, of making sure that the board design is community driven. Those sorts of things help to build trust, help to bring in fresh voices, help to make sure that there is that free flow of diversity of ideas and ideologies that come in. I think over time, long term, and that's very long term, because long term, when we do those sorts of things and we open up the access to be able to come into this role, for example, that builds trust with people. And it gets them more interested because they feel that their government wants them more involved, right? And that to me is the highest level of involvement, is actually participating, whether it's a board or commission, whether it's getting elected, running for office, but all of those things to me, that's how you empower a community to trust us again, right? And that's really what we're trying to build to, is that some level of trust.
Volunteers fit into this category. There's we've identified a lot of opportunities in my department for volunteer engagement. Yeah, I don't know if it's access to opportunity or if it's community engagement. It feels like it could fit under either one. It's a great way to embrace and bring people in and make them feel part of something.
Okay, Councilor Island. I want to quote Councilor Zani said, but also I feel like people are not trusting our city because they come, they send emails, they show up, and it feels like everything's just rubber stamped. We're going to do this if we are decided it, and it doesn't matter what they say, what they do. It's not going to change anything because we do what we already planned on doing. And that's what it feels like for all these big capital projects, all these, the dog park, they already felt like that was a done decision. And why would they feel that way if it doesn't continue to happen? You know, we'll have a whole city council full of people and we'll still do the opposite of what they want. That is the problem. We keep doing the opposite of what the people want. They show up, they get involved, and they feel like they can't have control of anything in our city. Because we didn't do what we've already been trained to do, or whatever we've been. I don't know. That's why I want campaign finance reform too, because I feel like maybe some people are doing things not for the people.
Where does that fit, the campaign finance reform? Doesn't neatly fit under any of these categories, but I completely hear what you're saying.
So there's frustration is there, and there's people that don't even vote anymore because they don't think their vote matters. So we have just our level of government, all levels of government, but we have to start here on the level where we're really needing the people that are voting for us.
That could go under community empowerment, with respect to representation and the districting effort, as well as the
Boards,
boards districts / campaign.
it's also where the money's coming from to support these campaigns.
It's also a First Amendment issue, so we have to look at what we can actually change. So some people, we can't say you can't donate because then that takes away their First Amendment right
But you might be able to say how much they can donate. I don't.
That's true. So we just have to be careful, making sure that our city attorney is involved in those.
It doesn't make it equal for everyone to run either, when there's a bunch of outside money behind certain candidates. The local people that are giving to local candidates have no chance. That's why I want wards, so at least they have a smaller area to deal with. Than the at-large, where they have to have a ton of money to run. That's why I want wards. That's one of the reasons, but there's other things wrong with the way we're elected. And it's making people totally apathetic to government, which is not a good thing for our country.
By the way, I'm gonna ask you guys to, I don't wanna say speed up, but let's be crisp in your thinking and what you're conveying, because it's gonna be 1 o'clock in 15 minutes, and we have 6 priorities that you guys need to work through to develop objectives. So we have a lot of work left to do. Okay.
Yeah, so what we haven't talked about is expanding language access to increase engagement. I think when we are sending out flyers and information, we could have English on one side, and the second most spoken language in Westminster is Spanish, particularly in historic Westminster. So I think if we increased our language access, that might help with engagement and empowerment.
I asked her what the attorney raised his hand and that it was going to be fun.
Dave, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, I just wanted to offer the charter does have campaign contribution limits in it. And the campaign contributions above $100 disqualify a recipient from voting on the donor's projects or anything that would benefit the donor. So just to be aware, if there's a concern that large donations are impacting the process, that the charter does address that.
I have one question or one comment, and this may not be able to be answered today, but it's something that I think that the city should know, especially if we go into next year. We're going to know a campaign year, and folks should be able to, we as a city should at least be able to point them to the right information. There was some sort of state law that was changed around campaign. I did try to research it myself, and it says that local applies, but it doesn't have a limit when it comes to local. So there was something done at the state, and I don't know what it is. So that would be interesting if we can find out if that impacts us and how it impacts us. The other thing that, and I don't know if this is necessarily a First Amendment thing or not, but if you look in terms of one of the other challenges around what you're talking about in campaign finance, is that people can put large amounts of their own money. And so even if you're in ward, if you think I can raise a bunch of money or I can dump a bunch of money out of my own pocket, that means that somebody in the ward has a lot smaller place where they could, instead of sending 3 mail pieces to the whole city, they could do it 10 times, 15 times. So, I guess my point is it's a hard thing to crack, and I'm not really sure how you fix it, because I do think it's a problem, unless you had some sort of, and I'm not one to say the government should give money, but an interesting idea I think our society should look at is, if people want to run, you each get $5,000, and then you got to figure out how to run a campaign off of that. If you really want, fair access to money and ideas, and we're really having a battle around who's got the best ideas to run the city. I don't know if that's even feasible, but I've spent a lot of time thinking about this, and I've run a lot of campaigns, and it's a challenging subject.
Well, the wards, it does give maybe someone who's rich more money there, but the thing is, you can go door to door when you have a lot smaller area. So it makes the advantage not as big, so.
But it hasn't been decided yet whether you're gonna be, you have to live there and you're voted on still at large, so we have lots to do yet. Let's get on with it.
Thank you. I want to move us to the economic vitality. I really want us to try to wrap up this part by 1, because if we do that, we'll get finished. And we got to have you guys weigh in on objectives for all 6 priorities. So what do the outcomes look like for economic vitality? If this is a vital city economically, what's happening?
My favorite one, the water rate. And me though, I think the mayor, when last time we talked about this, brought up some really good points about a lot of the other fees. I kind of get into transparency also, what that is all really actually going to. But, you know, I think that we need to be mindful of that because those things really do impact our residents and that's something we can control. A lot of times the other economic things we can't control. We can't control what a dollar is worth. We can't control what's happening with inflation. But there are certain things that we do control. And so I'd like to make sure that we are mindful with those and how they impact our residents. Top line being water rate.
That being in their affordability.
But it could be, but I mean, at the end of the day, if you don't have, like we've heard this before, like when we were talking about just recently, we were talking about the how we're going to do the loans for the water plant. The rates come into the vitality of it as well, right? So if we want to keep lower rates, we're being told that you're going to have to go longer term. So I certainly think that there's room for affordability, but it's a bigger conversation. Even when you talk about the environmental pieces, if you say, okay, we have a goal of a city, the city is the biggest user of water resources. We do have to pay that back to the utility when we use water. So think about the impact of that if we, you know, take all the grass out, say, hypothetically, took all the grass out from the parks and rec and you didn't have to water those anymore. What would that do to the economic vitality of our utility? It would decimate it. So, I mean, I think that there is a piece for that in this bucket in my mind.
Yeah, and I've got it captured in the other place too. Okay, what are some other outcomes?
Oh, can we just change the format? Can we just popcorn it to make this a little faster?
Well, that's what I'm doing. It's popcorn, yeah.
Our redevelopment toolkit should continue to be employed. So we're reinvesting in businesses.
So help me understand this as an outcome. When you say your
Retail centers are thriving.
Yep, thank you. I'm good, to that point, thank you. I was gonna add that if no one brought that up. Very near and dear to my heart, the revitalization, the vitality of the entire city, and that requires constant reinvestment from the private sector. So it's about the private sector feeling that this is a safe investment, that we make it a place where they want to be. That continues to bring in, you know, like say fresh air, you know, you don't want to get stagnant. And to your point about the retail, so we can track, you know, the amount of investment in all projects across the city, right? We permit everything. We know the value of those permits and those investments in construction costs. So I think I would just offer that up to the group. I think that would be a valuable measure of our vitality is how much does the private sector, how much are they willing to invest in our environment?
And sorry, but yes to that. But that's also why the word economic vitality, that's why it threw me off earlier, because economic really refers to the broader economy, and financial is really what you're getting at. I think in managing our assets and liabilities. So I see that more as a financial vitality thing versus the economic is really external to retail and those sorts of things. But I don't know if we want to change the actual header economic vitality because that is really external. Not
The vitality around the management of the city's finances would be in this organizational vitality category. Okay, what other outcomes under this one?
Bustling downtown development area, so filled in. People, it would be on its way to profitable. Councilor Island's point.
And as Claire suggested, just start calling stuff out. Let's, we're brainstorming, so let's kind of defer from the formalities. Okay, bustling downtown on its way to being profitable.
Same with Westminster Station.
Same thing with Westminster.
Westminster Station.
Yes.
Same thing.
We have a measure for a number of new jobs. I think that's a good outcome.
What was that, Obi?
So number of new jobs created in
lower turnover of small businesses?
Prepared for the transition to becoming a redevelopment community.
Went out for a backyard.
Okay. Anything else on that economic vitality?
Director Campbell, what do you think about this idea of a workforce development program where we have businesses who need workers, we have an unhoused community that we can actually tap into, help train and develop them, but sort of create this pipeline rather than what we've been doing? I think that could be something, a more comprehensive workforce development program that helps out small businesses, but also can be this.
Yeah, and I wrote down what you said earlier about scholarships for training. We have a program right now that's focused just on very small businesses to help with training opportunities. But from your comments, I would say we could definitely expand that. We'd love to expand that and expand the scope and amounts that we're able to give for those scholarships. Also, we have great partners out there with the state and also our public school system. So Random Reimagined is from Random High School. We do this with public schools. I'm very involved in that on the board. So developing career pathways. I also think that the state, their career laddering and career opportunities, they have a program that's specifically focused on people in transition and experiencing homelessness. So I would say I would just want to be careful that we don't duplicate something that they're already standing up and funding with their federal dollars that they have. So I would say, let's look at a way maybe that we can be an even better partner to them and support them in what they're doing. And the other side is we can continue to look at expanding that job training opportunity grant that we have. Maybe reevaluate that.
Yeah, thanks.
Yes.
Talking to the businesses downtown, they want it to become a destination place. So I feel like if we create opportunities for people from outside to bring their money in, we're gonna be a lot better off than just relying on our citizens to get us revenue. And maybe this tennis center is a ticket, I don't know. But we gotta think of ways to draw people in, and especially the new downtown. That hotel down there is not doing as well as it should.
Restaurants. Diverse restaurants.
Cocktail bar.
That will help with that. Folks come here to eat.
May I add on to what Councilor Owens said? The thing about in my head is how do we capture the impact of those visitors? Because our budget lives and dies by sales tax revenue. So I'm always thinking about how do we increase the number of people outside this community to spend their money here and then go home, but that's okay. But also that's tourists, that's, we collect accommodation tax, we collect obviously sales tax, we've got admissions tax. And I know measuring just the growth of those isn't truly an outcome, but I just want to talk out loud with you and just share it. I'm trying to think about how do we have a good measured ways that we increase the number of tourists, even if they're not tourists in the traditional sense, but they came from Broomfield to come here. But it still inevitably will help our residents in Westminster and pay for their services. So
Dinner, I don't know, like destinations or just increased visitor revenue.
How do we track that today?
Well, that could be through accommodation.
That's why I asked about the Butterfly Pavilion. I was glad to see that it's making money because that attracts visitors from outside our city.
Hotel, like the hotel, utilization.
Okay. Are we ready to move on to community health and safety? Okay. What are the outcomes here?
Sorry, did you capture the restaurants, please?
I had increased visitor revenue. Was there
Restaurants, diverse restaurants.
more diversity in restaurants? Okay, yeah, I'll get it. Sorry, I must have missed that one. All right, got it. All right, community health and safety. This is around public safety, homelessness, aspects of the environment here.
It's been a long time ago, but before we even had the current homeless program, and some of you were here when I brought this up before. I think Mexico has a thing where they do something with their local government where they're actually paying homeless to like up and stuff, and the idea is to get them out of the cycle. So we had talked about that in the past, what other states are doing in order to get people out of the cycle. So I just got on board and we've not really ever come up with anything time ago that I brought it up last, but you know, is there an opportunity with Parks and Rec? You talk about, you know, yeah, we have volunteers, but like in the summer months, are there things that we could get those folks to cleaning up the spaces that they're in and paying them to get, you know, maybe get them back on a good road? I mean, that would work for everybody depending on, you know, what their circumstances are. But there are some people that just fell on hard times that might be able to just, you know, the boost they need on the other side of where they're at. So, and I guess the overarching point is how are we thinking outside of the box in that realm to see how we can try to help the situation.
The organization that we partner with for the winter sheltering is BEOD, and they hire individuals experiencing homelessness to get them out of homelessness. And so we are partnering through that program specifically. It feels so right to have individuals who really know what that life is all about, helping people in an emergency situation.
Cool.
Other thoughts around outcomes for community health and safety? If you are super safe and healthy community, what does that look like?
Low violent crime rate.
It's a tricky one, but lower auto theft.
Lower crime in general.
Yeah.
Across
all categories, right, Chief?
Healthy urban,
No specifying.
healthy urban tree canopy.
Yeah.
In all areas of the city, not just the rich ones.
I think on this one, there needs to be the educational component around what's going on in the state as far as different change in laws that make policing hard, different things that are actually going on with crime. Sometimes it's often that people don't realize where we're at with crime in the state or anywhere else until it happens to them. And so educating people about like what's really going on, also as part of that, how they can keep themselves safe. I know that the police department has a lot of good programs, and I think that those are things that we should continue to invest in and double down on, because honestly, empowering people with their own safety that through education is going to make ultimately the community a lot safer. That goes for the fire department too, and I know that they do a lot of outreach and going to the schools and teaching them the proper ways to stay safe. Those are things that we should continue to increase resources behind, in my mind.
Continued engagement along with the education, because a piece of that to your point, Counselor, is not only how safe you are, but it's also a perception of how safe you feel.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're different. I mean, they're intertwined, but they're different.
Yeah. Yeah, the feeling of safety, there's so many things that go into that, some of which have nothing to do with crime.
I mentioned fewer lawsuits against the city.
What other outcomes are you hoping for? If Westminster is a super safe and healthy community, what does that look like?
No fire service gaps, period.
Yeah.
We somehow get the environmental justice in here too. Just that no one's living in an increased environmentally impacted area. Like I know we have folks that live either are closer to poor air quality or closer to, you know, the airport, that we're trying to mitigate. And just, I don't think we could like perfect that, but we can at least employ that.
What's the outcome statement, Sarah?
Michelle, making me work.
Pro tem.
Well, I want to make sure I get it down right and have it be what you mean.
Similar to what you're trying to say, I think we can measure it. So one idea that's specific is to conduct a lead study for it. And then we use those as metrics to keep so low lead levels around airport is an outcome.
So you're wanting
Based
to
off our own study.
decrease the lead levels in the environment?
In people, actually.
People.
It's
Right. Which is a direct, so
the outcome is low levels of lead and increased awareness of, public education campaign, basically to educate the community on the exposure risks of lead and
decreased levels of lead exposure.
Yeah.
Like
Outcome.
that's definitely a more focused one, but I would just want.
You were going broader than that.
Yeah, just, I mean, maybe it's more like equitable environmental quality for all of our residents, and that could be expanded, you know, it could be as, you know, that component, like they don't imbibe lead all day, or they have better access to parks and trails.
Because there are people that fall into that thing. All sorts of different.
Yeah, the lead could be a sub-measure under equitable environmental quality, right?
Reducing lead exposure for people that have greater opportunity for lead exposure. Go ahead.
So one of the things I do is walking neighborhoods, is some neighborhoods look better than other neighborhoods.
Yeah.
And if your neighborhood looks blighted and your people aren't keeping up their lawns and they can't afford to water their grass or whatever, that causes more crime because people do not feel safe when their neighborhood looks blighted. And unfortunately, water is becoming almost a fluid thing to have in this city. So only the fluid neighborhoods look nice, which is not good for the city.
So you're wanting reduced blight.
Right.
Yeah.
You have to be aware of that problem in our city, and also you get a lot of graffiti and stuff too, and that happens.
Okay.
So I think
We are after 1 o'clock, so I'm gonna push you. Okay, go ahead.
So related to the unhoused, there are lots of different ideas we've heard already, but I think the outcome, all of them, is reduced number of unhoused folks, basically.
I've got it right at the top. It's at the very top.
Another one is related to the police and court resource navigator. So both of those in my head are similar, where it's an outcome could be increasing the number of mental health supported interactions with residents. If that makes sense. So the co-responder program, we need to expand that, and we need to fund the court resource navigator. Both of those have mental health aspects to them. I'm trying to figure out what the category is.
I think it goes here. I just put increase in mental health supported actions the city would take.
And same with the homeless navigator program. We need to expand that, which is very similar.
Yeah, I would tie that to reduction in homelessness, right? We're talking broad outcomes here.
Yeah.
And to Councilor our Mayor Pro Tem's point earlier, I think maybe a better way to say it is ensure residents have equal or better, are living in equal or better environmental quality environments.
Equitable environmental quality.
That doesn't really hit it, but make sure that it's equal or better to what they're living in now. As well as the most obvious one, just protecting our open spaces and wildlife.
Kind of put one into for our efforts around solar for residents. From several years now, we've been part of the solar co-op and sustainability has been implemented. And we've been able to grow that number significantly, exponentially. And we also have been able to tap into grants for lower income folks to be able to become solar, on solar, excuse me. So I would just offer that our efforts are continuing in that. I think we can continue to expand access for particularly mid to lower income folks access to solar. We also see indoor air quality improvements. We received a grant to do that as well. So I just wanted to throw it out there. There's some more along the sustainability side of things that maybe you'd like to consider.
So maybe more solar powered households.
And
we track that. Do we track the number of?
Thank you for that. And improving indoor air quality.
All right, we're moving to the last one because if we don't, we're not going to finish today. Part of my job as a facilitator is it's to crack the whip. Well, move faster. Okay, organizational help. What are our outcomes there?
Retention.
So one is clearly an increase in employee retention.
Yep. Employee satisfaction.
What's that high level of, the Gallup engagement survey when you get the, if you have enough engagement, you're one of those communities, you get the high grade in it. I'll tell you.
There's some kind of, yeah, there's some kind of name that you get to the top of the Q12. What else? What are some other outcomes? Oh, Dave, this is the one where you were talking about the planning for IT systems and all of that kind of stuff. This goes here.
IT is an example. I'm an IT guy, so those.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think in terms of even, I very first came on cell phones and they were switching over to, they had like the old car. So like, just that whole thing, like how are we planning out to make sure that, you know, it's not a top burden that.
Management?
Yeah. So it's that whole cycle of the different equipment that the different departments use.
We're going to put it here too.
It's that whole life cycle, managing the life cycle. So you're replacing things before it gets more expensive to repair them.
Yeah.
And I think, then I guess the other thing that I want to make sure that's in there is, you know, that we have a good equitable training process for the employees as far as like what you're doing to get them training or go to seminars or whatever. And I know that we do that, but it would be good for the community to understand what we put in there. Also be good action, frankly, help people really understand. We kind of get feeling of it sometimes, or when you're going to do something new, but I don't think that there's enough acknowledgement of what we do to grow our staff and to make sure that they're a high functioning staff that the city gets to enjoy.
So your outcome here, Dave, is, what are you looking for?
I don't know if it's on the website. We memorialize what we do for our staff and that the programs are just widely known. Maybe some of that you don't want to do because you don't want our neighbors to steal what we do and steal our people. But you know what I mean? Like we just want to understand what we put into staff so that we understand it, and not just understand it so that employees understand what they can take benefit from, so that everybody's getting a bite at the apple, so to speak. I don't know how we do that. Maybe you already do that internally, but I think it should be part of this if we're gonna say this is something important to us, is how we do business.
I think when I mentioned retention, so the other side would be employee attraction. I think where that, I think that's where that happens.
That,
Big
thanks
and
for
broad.
translate that, yeah. So what is the outcome around attraction? How, that's like, what's the measurement around that?
Whether we steal our data.
Employee satisfaction has increased, or employee culture, city staff culture.
That's employee engagement.
I'd put this to the staff and say, you guys are gonna know how you track that better, so maybe this is something you need to do a lot better.
So maybe it's, you know, I'll just put a placeholder for it, but maybe it's, you know, sort of, city has the type of training and development programs in place that are going to attract great talent and keep them here.
Chris, what's the employee budget triple series award? What's that called?
Triple Crown.
Triple Crown.
Oh, crown.
So GFOA Triple Crown achievement annually.
Is that?
That's GFOA budget. Audit the capital. What's the other?
The popular annual financial report.
I'm sorry, what was the second one? GFOA Triple Crown.
That's it. It's got three components to it.
Yep.
That's good enough.
We already have this, but having a good process for grading and rating our vendors that we work with, and tying purchasing closely into our, you know, projects and vendor management. Like, streamline processes there.
On the economic side of it, you know, that our employees in our city, the amount of them has increased 22% in the last 5 years, and our population has only increased 5%. So I want to make sure all the employees we have are worthwhile and they're doing something that we need them to do. Otherwise, I don't want to be paying for employees that aren't making a contribution to what the citizens and the city need.
One to offer related to cybersecurity. We've seen so many of our neighbors suffer these ransomware cyber attacks, and you need to know that on behalf of David and the team in technology, that our city believes that organizational health and vitality means, you know, being able to answer 911 calls, networking, and all of that. So we continue to work very hard to understand best practices and implement those. You know, we're avoiding social engineering and all the different things, but also have the hardware and software and physical security as well to maintain our cyber security going forward. So I think that's just critical to organizational health, obviously.
How would you state that in an outcome?
Improve cybersecurity.
But it sounded like it's more than improved cybersecurity. Cybersecurity, adequate cybersecurity to ...
I think it's an educational component. I mean, that's an example, but fire no different, that you're constantly putting into the education so they understand new things that will benefit the community, that you know that you need to know about. And along with that, I'm curious, do we have like some sort of tuition reimbursement for folks who do further education?
Yeah.
I think state-of-the-art cybersecurity is what it probably should be.
Okay.
I think the outcome we're looking for is no loss of IT services, period.
Yeah.
Period. So
It could be even infrastructure, it could be your water plant, it could
can't allow any kind of structure, special violation. One other thing we haven't mentioned, and it has a lot to do with organizational health, but that's the improved health of our employees as measured by
Yeah.
some factor. I'm not sure what that is. Health risk assessments, being reduced over time, whatever that outcome is. Our employee health is beneficial as an organization, but it's also financially beneficial to the organization.
Do we, speaking of that, do we have, or do we provide specialized mental health access for our first responders? Okay.
Councilor DeMello, were you thinking of the Gallup Exceptional Workplace Award?
Yeah. Thank you for finding it. I was trying, I gave it.
I'll put that on here.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Outcome though for the cybersecurity be reduced risk of identity theft and financial loss, because that's the outcome we're trying to avoid by having better cybersecurity, right? And no outages. So less outages.
No loss of services. Fewer outages.
I'd say no loss of services or data, to your point, because that's true. I mean, you have a lot of businesses, critical data, or confidential data, resident confidential data, employee confidential data.
I'm going to ask this because I assume we do, but do we have a CISO?
Yes.
Okay, I just haven't.
Okay.
Using workplace accidents and injuries, which can
Yep.
reduce our financial loss and lost time for employees.
Let's be an HR system.
All right, we are going to now.
We do a lot of judging on staff, but I don't think we have any accountability measures on, besides the people. So if you think of it as three buckets, you have residents, you have staff, and you have council. We are accountable to the residents, and that makes sense. And if they don't like us, they can vote us out the next time. But I think our staff needs more opportunity to give us feedback. I think there's a missing mechanism there where kind of judge us and say, hey, we think you've done a terrible job on being good leaders. I would like more of that feedback to understand where we're falling short. And I think that could be a nice way of balancing things out.
Sure.
Do you really want that?
Next year's planning, I'll be like.
Great, so Obi, stating that as an outcome, would it be, or like, it's sort of like the feedback loop between staff and council?
Yeah.
An effective feedback loop between staff and council?
Two-way.
Yeah.
A lot of, I feel like we need, better partnership because we're supposed to be a team, council and staff, and we have to work together. And how can we increase working together as a team instead of separately? Because sometimes it feels like we're working independently when it shouldn't be that way. We should be working together.
I think that, I'm just gonna throw it out there, I hate to be some things there, but there are charter-driven things that separate us from the organization that make some of that difficult. So I guess if there are opportunities, my ask would be, if there's opportunities for us to do this in a meaningful way and not get in the way of the city manager and his job in running the organization, or Dave and his part, or the judge and his part, I think we're open to the feedback of how we could do better, but I think as council, we have to be mindful of those language that the rest of the place in the charter.
Oh, I agree with you completely. I don't want to step on anybody's toes, but I think we could do a better job. And I think sometimes it's not even beyond how we work together. Sometimes it's almost like we view each other so separately, which there is a separation, absolutely. And we want to stay in our lanes, but I do think that there's more room for, collaboration, partnership with people.
I think this process here today is a great example of that, because this is the first time I've facilitated the process that the whole senior staff has been in the room with the council when we've done planning like this. So, I mean, that hasn't happened. This is the 4th year, I think, I've done this, Cody, you probably remember. And this is the first time that council and the entire senior leadership team has been together. So I think that's fantastic. That's a significant stride, in my view, as the objective outsider, just looking in, right, as your facilitator. So that's a great place to start. Okay, can we get closure on this? No, Dave, no. Okay, here's what we're gonna do next. I'm going to break you into groups and I'm gonna make the groups, I'm just doing this randomly, but I'm gonna make them different than they were last time. And each group is gonna get 3 priorities, okay? And the chart paper's right here. You can just flip through it as you're doing your conversation. I'm gonna bring these charts to where you are. And you're gonna go a priority at a time, looking at these outcomes. And what you're gonna do is you are going to develop some, what I would call policy objectives for each of these priorities. Hang on, I wanna give you an example of what that looks like. Can we move this out of the way now? Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, here's an example of a policy objective. So I just pulled this out of another client's thing. So you've got housing embedded in one of your priorities, but they had attainable housing as a strategic priority. That isn't that they did it right or wrong, they just did it that way. So look at the level of the objectives. Increased housing options available across the spectrum of needs. They didn't go down and say, we want to put a affordable housing project in this one place in the city. See what I'm saying? Your policy objectives need to be at that level. A decrease in residents of households paying more than 30% of their income on housing. So you already brainstormed some of these broad objectives in your outcomes. That's why I wanted to do that exercise as a group to kind of get the juices flowing. So I want you to come up with a few objectives for each of the strategic priorities that are assigned to you. And I'd encourage you to think broader rather than granular, right? I know some of the granular things are important to you, and those can bubble up as annual actions, for example, underneath these policy objectives that staff can bring to you and say, hey, yeah, you wanted that disc golf course, we want a dog park. I'm just going to use those examples because they keep coming up. Here it is, okay?
You want to see our emails?
Yep. And I'm not even being facetious, but I'm reflecting it back because I've heard you guys talk about it for a couple of years. Okay, so I'm going to make the cut right here. I'm going to have Councillor Ireland, Hott, Vermella, and Mayor McNally in one group, and DeMott, Carmelia, am I saying it right? Carmelia, right? And Izadi in the other group. I just did that randomly. You just where you're sitting. So you guys organize over here. I'm going to bring your charts. And so brainstorm, and then I want you to take the second blank chart and write the name of your priority. I'm going to give you the chart with the work that you just did, blank chart, write the title of your priority, and then list out the objectives that you want to achieve to make progress on that priority, okay? I'm going to give you guys a good amount of time to do this. So I'm going to say for now, 45 minutes. I'll check in with you. If that's not enough, you can have some more time. But think of it in terms of do your best brainstorming in about 15 minutes. Again, I'll check on you. And if we need to extend it to an hour, I think we'll have enough time for that. Assignment clear? I'm going to bring you markers. I'm going to bring you your easels. One group organize over here, one group organize over here, and I will be there momentarily. Help from my colleagues here.
I think what would be best is if, one member of your group kind of came up and presented your work. Who wants to do that?
No, I'm not on here.
So Dave and Claire and Obi, which one of you wants to come up and do yours? I'm gonna put your easel up. Okay, thanks, Claire. Read out what you've got, but also maybe share a little bit of the color commentary about what your team was thinking about. Pretty colorful.
All right, so resilient infrastructure, these are some of the policies. First of all, what Dave says, so throughout all discussions, including the other teams.
The guiding principle.
It is what Dave says. That's right. We said that we need an infrastructure plan for assets, facilities, and amenities, just citywide. This is a pretty big ask, but we were thinking a little bit more long-term than what we've currently got. What I understand that we currently have, we're thinking a plan for the next 10 to 20 years so that something like what happened over COVID with our roads hopefully can be prevented. And this is just tracking the condition of our parks, the condition of several different facilities throughout the city, right? It's not just any one thing, and it's not exactly limited to specific assets such as an inventory list, right? It's very broad. So hopefully that makes sense. And I don't know if it makes sense to do this 10 to 20 years, but that was the ask that our group came up with. So trying to discuss that more thoroughly. And then we would update this biannually. It could be updated annually. We were just saying that a lot of these processes we end up doing annually, and we don't know if there's necessarily the need there to do that annually, maybe more biannually. This somehow got into this because of some feedback on one of the objectives on our infrastructure sheet was engagement. And we realized we don't know if that even really fits in here, but I'm going to say it because we had it here, which is we want to do a more diversified survey outreach when we're putting out our surveys, make sure that they're in more languages, including Vietnamese, Hmong, Spanish. I know that we recently did a survey in Spanish. The link got broken. We didn't bother to find out until we collected the results. How do we prevent that? Diversified outreach and diversified styles of outreach, and not just sending out a survey and putting it on Facebook. You know, how do we get different engagement styles, either in person or at events or at town halls, et cetera. And improved survey tracking. We want to make sure that we're not just getting the results back from one part of the city, that we are getting it from different geographic locations around the city, whether we do that by the awards that we eventually establish, or we just make sure that we're hitting Old Town, et cetera. So, yes, I don't know how this piece got in here, but it did. So we're making sure we hit on it.
So I would say that's an engagement. Yes. However, was there something about this that was specifically related to infrastructure?
It was on our outcomes, and that's how we got here. And so I wanted to make sure we brought it up because we worked on it, and then we realized it's probably not under infrastructure. Okay, but anyway, but under infrastructure, we can make sure that we get that done. And economic classes, we want to make sure we need those.
Well, I think it was around like judging parts of the infrastructure on the survey, and that's how I got into like, how do we know that like maybe the roads are bad by the town, or that's the perception, or that was why it was on there, I think.
Thank you.
Yeah, the key example would be historic Westminster, right? Where we have surveys that say X is good, but it's not good in that area.
Yeah.
So we need more transparency.
Thank you. And then we said we needed appropriate redundancy for facilities and infrastructure. This was going all the way down to IT redundancies, protecting security, but also our water facilities, you know, et cetera. This across the board, wide goal there. And then expand comprehensive asset management system. I believe we already have a good asset management system, but it's fledgling. And so how do we expand and increase it so that, again, the tools are interacting with each other, maybe across the city? We have different departments managing assets and inventory. And so how do we ensure that we're all talking to each other and get a broader tool? And tell me if this is not feasible or crazy. I'm here to listen.
So, okay.
Feasible.
So we're gonna go one at a time.
Sounds good.
Because stay up here.
Okay.
You're gonna ask your colleagues.
Yeah.
What's missing? What should we add to this? The team members on the council who didn't participate in your group, and then the staff needs to ask questions about this if they have them, okay? Yeah, go ahead.
We talked about surveys also, and we felt like we should know what's on the survey before it's sent out. Because I got surveys that I didn't know we were getting. People were mad about the surveys and I'd never seen them before. So it's hard for us to address the citizens when we aren't even part of the survey. Or we didn't approve the survey, we don't know what's on the survey, we don't know what the survey says, you know. So I want to know before the survey goes out, it's going out, what's it about, get honored.
Yeah, and we discussed not saying like getting into the weeds of every survey, but like major surveys like the employee, not the employee, but the citywide one that we do biannually. That's like maybe one where we could have more input on certain questions. But just to know you're sending a survey out in advance, what, you know, in general, what is it asking?
Right. What else, is there anything missing from the brainstormed objectives here for resilient infrastructure that you would have expected to see here or that you would like to see here?
And I'll add, I know this is extremely succinct, so I'm sure we're missing something. And again, I had to remind myself after talking to Michelle that this is policy objectives, right? So what other policy objectives should we be implementing around our infrastructure?
And staff, this is an opportunity too for you to give input. Go ahead.
I think this is a good area where, environment is its own bucket, but there needs to be layers of that in every single bucket. And I think part of resilient infrastructure can definitely be part of that. You know, the example I've been using over and over is that it's now less expensive. Electricity is cheaper if you use solar versus using oil and turning that into electricity. So, for example, would encouraging, more, solar, would that, create a more resilient, long-lasting, sustainable infrastructure?
Maybe
can we state that as a broad objective?
Evaluate environmental implications or solutions.
Impacts and solutions.
Impacts and solutions.
When considering infrastructure projects, or how do you want to?
When making any change, or when making decisions and changes. Yeah. Policy.
What about that?
I'll get us started if it's okay. So on the infrastructure plan for assets 10 to 20 years out, sounds great. This year, we had a 1-year plan. We said we would work on a 5-year plan over the course of 2024 to establish a 5-year CIP that keeps on going. It's updated every year, so you're always looking 5 years out. I have no problem 10 to 20 years, looking long range. I do think that when we have all of these studies, and the staff has talked about this, but we do these very, very intricate studies, and there are recommendations that are provided. We read them, we get them, and then we put them on the shelf. And there's no tracking mechanism for improvements to our community, whether that be infrastructure, programming, et cetera. There's really no mechanism that tracks the recommendations and then puts them on the strategic plan or capital improvement plan, and then tracks them over time. And so I really think that we're going to have to get at that, to Chief Menard's presentation 2 meetings ago. He talked about everything that he was presenting on Monday night, that April 1st. We knew that in 2006. And so 17, 18 years later, we've still not acted on any of those recommendations. And so part of our resilient infrastructure has got to be an appetite to not only identify the problem sets, but to develop solutions and track those solutions through completion.
How would you state that as an objective, Mark? Because it sounds like it's in addition to what they already have here.
Yeah, I would call it, accountability of infrastructure improvements through solutioning and completion. But who wants to wordsmith that, please help me out, but I think
We're looking after improvements through
solutioning and completion.
Okay.
Ask your question on that?
Sure.
So I think that's really good point. I think you brought it up. There's some other things that outside of like the fire department. Like I've seen multiple studies on historic Westminster, specifically Harris Park neighborhood. So, I mean, it's another good example of that. So as part of what you're thinking, would that be a way to look back before we do like say a new study and say, okay, we have these 3 other studies. Did we do anything with them? Because I think the other thing that I've seen is some of them often get the same answers and then, you know, fall back on the shelf. But sure. So I'm assuming that would be part of what you're thinking.
Absolutely. And I think that that's, you know, that's just part of the do loop that we're in is we study something, it goes on the shelf, a couple of years pass, new people on the council, and then, you know, someone says, hey, when do we need to take a look at this? And then you pay for a new study, and the process starts, and it's a vicious cycle. And so I think we really, as an organization, need to get much better, specifically in the infrastructure piece, but it could apply to services, programs, et cetera. But that is, you do a study, you account for those recommendations, you implement a plan, you resource the plan, and, you know, you complete the plan. So we have to get better at that as an organization because, you know, the wish list is out there. And, you know, frankly, one of the things that Public Works City Engineer is working on right now is helping to build that 5-year CIP right now so that we can present that as part of our budget process and be accountable for things. And as I've said, that CIP is a contract with council and it's a contract with the community. But we've really got to think long range. We've known that we had a shortfall in a recreation center / library up north, on the north end of town. We know we've been missing a Jeffco library on that side of Westminster. You know, and so there are these pieces out there that we seem to know about, but if we don't put them into the plan and then resource them, develop solutions, and complete them, you know, it's just kind of atrophy. So I think that's important. I would agree with it. We probably to spend some time just going back and looking in the last 3 to 5 years of plans we've done and seeing did we really keep up with the things that were recommended.
I'd just like to add to your point right there. Do we have a method, and maybe this should be the place to add it, creating a method of evaluating either every department's like past evaluations and projects or evaluating all prior projects? And maybe we do that at the beginning of each year and council gets a high level summary of this is what they worked on and it was tabled because. And then we have a method to flush through everything, whether we decide to go forward with it or not, but just making sure that we reevaluate everything we did in the prior year or 2 years or 5 years, getting somewhat of a summary.
We do produce in January, we produce our strategic plan annual report of those things that got done in the previous year, and that's provided to the council. It was this past January. But, you know, specific to things that are outside of that strategic plan aren't specifically identified. There's no mechanism that tracks, you know, we did this many roads, you know, here, and here across the city, and here's our summary, if you will. But we could certainly do that. That would not be hard to generate. Paul, am I speaking ill here?
Maybe we add establish prior year summary of help me out.
Of priorities, because he's talking about the North Rec Center. Maybe that's not a priority anymore. Now that we know our roads are in terrible shape, we need the fire stations upgraded, which I didn't know. And our roads are in terrible shape because of COVID got, you know, in our way. So maybe the rec center is not as big a priority anymore.
I'll just shout out that I was there when they decided things going up north and building the Orchard Town Center. And there was a decision made not to build a rec center up there. And it was because they did have Lifetime Fitness. They knew Paul Durda was close by, and so there was a conscious decision why one wasn't built.
And on that, maybe it's not, like, I think one of the things I brought up multiple times on that note is what's the goal? The goal is to give recreational services to the residents in the north. So, like, there's ways to do that without us spending anything but really partnership with, you know, or private business. So, like, I don't think we take the goal off. We just
Do it differently. Yes, exactly. We can think out of the box for a lot of these things.
Is that one of our guiding principles?
It is. It is a guiding principle. All right, are you ready to move to the next one? And have Claire tell you about the next priority? Economic vitality. Go, Claire.
All right, a policy objective would be to, not create, because these economic centers have already been created, but to boost key economic centers such as the Westminster Station and the downtown development, which I think we've talked about all that one a lot. It would also be to diversify revenue streams. We were talking about a lot of our revenue comes from sales tax, and maybe we want to evaluate that. And then ensure that we have affordable taxes, rates, and fees for residents long term. Create transition plan for becoming a redevelopment community. This has been an ongoing conversation that we're using the last 2.8% of our land pretty soon. I think we're in the stage right now where we need to be creating this transition plan and not planning to create one, which was the original wording. And then create and incentivize more job opportunities, which we also mentioned a possible development center or however we do that, but just ensuring that the folks that have small businesses here have a way to find employees and that we can help them as a city do that.
Okay. Anything missing? Questions you have about what they have? Something to add?
Something, it's very specific here, but we've got to figure out energy in South Westminster. And maybe this needs to go wherever Westminster Station is, but we know that from an economic vitality perspective, there is no way the South Side is going to develop if we don't work with Excel and get an answer on how they're going to provide electricity and gas to that part of town. And I won't go into all the details.
Mark, how would that show up as an objective here? How would you state that?
Yeah, I would say something along the lines of work with Excel Energy to provide long-term energy sourcing to historic Westminster.
Whether called the TOD, I feel like when we talk to historical groups, a lot of the historical groups or so don't really see the TOD as part of what we consider historic.
I think TOD instead of historic Westminster.
Got it.
And do those Excel issues go beyond the TOD area though?
I wonder, just throwing this out there, we have a concept of called focus areas. Those are areas of high activity, economically potential for growth and reinvestment. So that's downtown TOD, Orchard, North Huron area. So very important for having the same solar energy for the north side of town. So that's developers, Foster's Farm. Sure, there's non
energy access.
To
United Power.
So Lindsay, are these are all focus areas, is that right?
So maybe, could we just maybe say focus area?
Yes, that's where I'm going.
That's a defined term in the code.
Yes.
That's the promenade as well. I mean, we don't know. We didn't think we had some on the side.
Focus areas.
So
Instead of to TOD,
Yeah.
focus areas.
Right, the one issue I can see with that though is when we expand it, make it broad, we forget about historic Westminster. So that's what we've done historically. We expand and we broaden, and then this one area gets the last donut.
Say particularly, station area.
Especially.
Yeah, we specify.
Okay, that's all right. It's okay.
In
It's okay
particular.
to put especially on there. That's okay.
We're starting, right?
Okay, any other pieces for economic vitality in terms of broad objectives?
Similar question, I suppose, to Excel Energy as a partner to help us achieve economic vitality, but do we also want help from CDOT and RTD to achieve economic vitality? Because they have a strong influence in their realms.
Maybe work with partners, not necessarily which partner.
What were those two, RDT and?
RTD and CDOT.
Oh, CDOT, yeah. Yeah.
I think power is gonna be a problem in our entire city, shortly. So I think the state mandated that most people have to drive EVs by 2034, 82% they want to go to. Versus, they wanted 100%, but we amended it. So if you go to EVs, you're gonna use more power than we're using now. Everyone's driving EV. So it might not just be those two areas that we're dealing with.
Okay, anything more on the economic vitality before we move to our next one?
With cellular and internet service that in this bucket,
I've been wondering that too. Just.
because there are economic impacts.
Yeah.
Terrible service gap that we have.
So, yeah, you guys were talking about broadband and all of that. Does it go under infrastructure or does it go under economic vitality?
I think it goes under that same thing that we just talked about. At the day, those are services with partners. So I think that is a much broader thing than you originally.
How's that worded now? I can't read it. Can you?
Well, there's separate things. So one is the energy one. This one is partnerships with RDT and CDOT to expand transit. We could go broader with a much broader objective, but it sounds like we need something else here.
There's probably a third one. It fits in the same category as outside partners. To align priorities with us, because it's not happening.
Yeah. So do we want to say something though specifically about telecom services?
Just say robust infrastructure, provide robust infrastructure to meet the development needs of our city.
I'll say in all parts of our city.
Not even development on like telecom, it's just needs.
And then you can drill down into tasks.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it goes beyond development.
Yeah.
Just a gap, cellular service.
So are we thinking, I wrote it over here in the corner, are we thinking a broader objective and then there would be some things below it? Okay, I think we got it. Take it away.
All right, so organizational health, and obviously we need a lot of input from folks here. We said these ended up being outcomes that we had to turn into a policy objective, which is create and enhance robust employee training and development program. Create, enhance robust cybersecurity program. Sure, we have one, but we want to ensure that it's extremely good. Effective financial management, and this is specifically around the goals of a clean audit and receiving the GFOA Triple Crown. And then establish an effective communication and feedback loop between staff and council.
Councilor Zadi said he was going to be taking all that feedback.
Amen all this way.
He's not in the state house, so we don't want to worry about it.
Was that okay? So establish and maintain a culture of a healthy work-life balance. We care. And establish a transparent, effective employee satisfaction measurement.
I want to add color to that last one, the work-life balance. In my last two organizations, it's become really a thing to make sure that people don't just understand it's okay to take time off, but that it's encouraged. That, things will go on without them. I don't know how we manage that as an organization, but I do think that that's really important to employees' mental health, to know that that's an expectation that they take time for themselves. So, and that was a good way. So, I mean, there's other things that could go under it, but that was the point I brought up, that we came up with that broader objective.
Yep. And to this last one, really, this is specifically meaning whichever survey system this looks like, but ensuring it's transparent to council so that we get that feedback and understand the culture that's happening around the city staff.
Yeah, so if you're doing the Gallup Q12, give city council the results is what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might want to use the word engagement rather than satisfaction. It means something to.
Yeah, that's.
So we actually discussed that word. We had
Oh,
engagement up there, and then we decided, what does engagement mean? So would you like to define what engagement means?
You're actively rowing the boat in the direction that your captain wants you to go. And you are, you're not just showing up, punching the clock. You're doing more. You're taking the initiative and leaning into your work, as opposed to being satisfied. And is a different mindset. You can be satisfied but not engaged.
That's right. And I think one of the things that I've worked with the Gallup Q12 for a lot of years with a lot of organizations, and the reason why I jumped to use engagement is because what Gallup's deep research has shown is that when employees are truly engaged, they probably are more satisfied, right? The satisfaction around their overall work life should increase if the more engaged they are. They might not be satisfied about every little thing at work, right? But their overall engagement, their overall satisfaction with work improves when they're engaged. Yeah. So would you be okay if we used engagement?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just that's the system that we've been working with here is engagement. And that's the measurements that we'll have. So
yeah.
We wanted to
go to something different, that's fine.
No, it's the gold standard out there. And I think if it's working and you've got measurements over time, keep doing it. I just think I heard that group say they would like to see the actual measurement coming out of that so that they have some insight into how engaged employees are.
Right. And I'm glad we had that conversation around it because we wanted to make sure we hit the mark on, how do we measure that? So glad we have the right term.
Other thoughts on this one? I've looked particularly at Davey. Is there anything you would have expected to see here that's not here?
I think it has everything. One is just effectively measuring performance management. That's one of the things that we're taking a look at now to make sure we do that and get quality feedback, because that's part of, it kind of ties into engagement, because that's one of the things that Gallup talks about is that you receive meaningful feedback, then you're going to increase engagement of the employee.
Do you want to add, are you suggesting to add an objective, or do you think it's here? The whole performance management piece?
We could possibly nest it into the engagement piece.
Okay.
I'm feeling one way or the other.
Okay.
Councilman.
We'll get it written up and then everybody can look at it and we'll see how it goes. What about on the finance side?
I think it was on the previous.
Oh, no, that was on, I was thinking about this one, the financial management, and then also the cybersecurity. Any questions or thoughts about that? Does it look good?
It's good.
There is one area I think we might have missed, willing to take feedback. We didn't mention concentrating efforts on DEI staff.
Any thoughts about that?
That was one of the things that I was hoping we could ensure is there. I know we had a staff member somewhere. We still have.
We still have.
And this is what you're
That's for Davey.
working very
Strong global process coordinator on. So, you know, he works for Davey, meets with staff, leads our Belong group. We have, 4 affinity groups that are subordinate to Belong, so, doing pretty good.
Do we feel like we need an objective or that addresses diversity and equity in terms of the internal organization?
I think we could add, you know, you don't have to establish at this point, but you know, continue or maintain,
sustain,
you know, sustainable DEI efforts.
That's right.
But I would like there to be some level of focus on diversity in leadership. Work here is very male oriented. The group of leaders here is pretty male oriented. So I just, and yeah, so I think diversity in our leadership would still be something that the city needs to work on.
And I would add diversity throughout the whole organization and what I'm always aiming for is for the organization, at least the part I'm responsible for, reflects the people that we serve.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that, adding it to that.
Yeah. Okay, and so Michelle ended up writing sustained DEI efforts in the organization, particularly in recruitment and leadership.
And then I've got reflects the people we serve. So we can craft an objective that captures all of that.
Might this be a place to mention, I think the philosophy of the city is a goal to be an employer of choice, to recruit effectively and to retain our employees if you have there. But I think some of the tools we use are by paying competitive wages and benefits to our employees. So
Not pay too.
I don't know if that's part of organizational health, but that I think informs, you know, being an employer of choice, the wages, benefits, the package that is offered to employees.
And that does come up in budget time, so it's good to have something on there.
I like to see the most qualified person do the job. That's what I believe in. I don't think it should be based on anything else. Because I want the most qualified people to work for the citizens of the city.
I think we want to make sure that the most qualified person doesn't get passed up because of bias.
No. I don't think there's a bias, is there?
Well, we all have.
I think that we actually specifically were talking about that piece, and you're right, it didn't get calculated on here. Like I think about in terms of the efforts that we've had with the team and allowing the organization to have those voices at the table. I feel on that same vein of being an employer of choice to me, because and the city and the organization said these have a right to be at the table when it came to things around their safety and pay and such, and all the things that you have in a contract. So I think that that's the same thing. So I agree that should be somehow memorialized in the law.
So do we want to have an objective around sort of pay and benefits competitiveness, equity within the market?
And how would you, and I guess my ask, if you're going to do that, because I imagine part of what you use that for is to go out and attract new people.
Yes.
So how would, like, you probably are written, like if you go out with a job description, how are you portraying that to people who want to apply it?
We've crafted a new equity statement that goes on job postings, especially for some of the senior positions, where we encourage those with non-traditional backgrounds to apply. That's one of the things that we've done since Armando came on board, for example.
So that would be good around the DEI, but then same kind of thing around, you know, employer choice with pay and benefits.
Sure, yeah. I think suing the reins like we do in Colorado is, and having ours, for example, all of the directors are benchmarked against the police chief. Police chiefs typically one of the higher paid positions in the Denver metro for local government. And because we here at Westminster benchmark against the police chief, which other organizations do not, we can be leaders in the metro in that regard.
And that's great. So I mean, the work's kind of already done, but I guess to the point that Chris Lindsay brought up earlier, having those as this list, when you do things as actions to bring back to council, you have a bucket to put that under to say, here's why we're doing this action.
That's right. I like that you brought up the employer of choice idea. So one thing that will happen is all that, remember the brainstorming we did around the outcomes? Those words are going to be used to create the high level goal statement for each of these priorities. So we could use the language of employer of choice potentially in that goal statement. So.
And I think that the employer of choice could feed into, so it's good that we're focusing so much on the recruitment side for new employees, but I think we should also take care of the internal employees that have been here a long time. And one thing that comes up that I hear of is career mobility. Mm-hmm. So the ability of people to move up and get promoted within the staff. So I think we need to focus on that too. So employer of choice to me speaks to both internal and new.
Very much does.
But we should specify, make sure that our staff knows that they're appreciated and that they can move up if they do the work.
Mark?
Just a quick question on effective financial management. I throw this to Mr. Dorr, but should that be phrased sustainable financial management or effective? Because I think effective gets me my near-term goal, but sustainable ensures that I can operate over time. Would sustainable be a better?
I think it's a little more modern,
Yeah.
a little more involved.
Yeah.
Both effective and sustainable.
Yeah, but I think the key is it's got to be sustainable.
Trust me, if you guys can't read this, don't worry. I can read my handwriting, so I'm taking pictures of everything. So, are we good on this?
Yep. Any other questions?
Claire, thank you for presenting. Really appreciate it. Okay, somebody from the other group is going to come up here and share their work. And I'm gonna move this or toward the center a little bit so people can read it. You're a disaster. I said I want over there. Oh, now it's getting funny. Let's see if I can just. Yeah, well, it's the weight of the great ideas. Okay,
Before we get started, can I just share, I had a phone call. Those of you that know the Whartons, Betty Wharton just had a stroke. And is on her way to UC Health in Anschutz. They think it was a mini stroke, but I know Randall was nominated for one of the awards tonight, but none of them will be there.
Thank you for sharing. I can start right to left. So we took our pages off as we were writing them. But for community health and safety, for the homeless navigator program, we talked about having staff evaluate, and not just with the homeless navigators, but I think also with like the court navigators, also with our co-responders, who's the police department, really finding out from the departments what those needs are. For example, with our homeless navigators, there have been periods of times where they can't take on new clients because they have so many clients, and then that's a whole population of people who we're not able to serve anymore. So if we could find out through the different departments that have these navigators, what that looks like as far as if we need more staffing, if that would be impactful. And then connecting people to services and jobs that move them out of homelessness. So finding ways that we might be able to partner with different organizations to help with people who are unhoused, jobs. And then assistance with, libraries and courts for addresses, IDs, and documents. That's one of the issues that, unhoused people have when it comes to, finding jobs, is a lot of times they don't have those documents. They get taken, their things get stolen, they're moving around. So to help with that. And then, finding local regulations that support anti-crime efforts. That would probably be a good, discussion with the police department, like what things can we do as council to help support, our police department, for those anti-crime efforts. Maybe evaluating streetlight cameras, speeding, running red lights. It's a really big issue in the city. So maybe if we had some streetlight cameras, it would also deter some of that. You get a ticket in the mail for running a red light, and you're probably going to think twice before you do it again. And then also might help with that effort as well. And then foster more neighborhood events. National Night Out was brought up. It's like we used to have back in the day, it was like neighborhood watch programs. So if we have neighborhood events and we know our neighbors, it kind of creates that. Like in my neighborhood, most people who live on my street have lived there 30, 40 years. When we moved in, felt like we were in a fishbowl. Everybody's watching. I'm just as nosy as my neighbors are. We always know what's going on. So really getting to know your neighbors is helps with the anti-crime efforts. And then increased drug investigation and working with local regulations. Again, how can we support the police department? We've heard a couple different instances. Just on Monday night, we had people come and talk about it. I've had teachers talk to me about it, about encampments that are within the vicinity of our schools that our kids have to walk through. Sometimes there's drug paraphernalia, needles. So how can we, what regulations can we put in place to help the police department in these efforts? And then I'm continuing the citizen academies, teen academies, tennis and golf facilities. We made sure to include this because when you have these activities, it's health and safety, right? When kids have things to do, they're not out getting in trouble, and then it also helps with our general health. And then working directly with Jefferson County to address our MMA growth and activity. How can we switch to unleaded fuel faster? Soil testing, but it needs to be an objective party, and we need to make sure that however we do this, we're not assuming the responsibility because we don't want, a lawsuit. We want information, but making sure we can get that information without assuming the responsibility of whatever that information is, because we're not creating the lead, but we still need to find out. We need information so we know how to move forward. And then enhanced education about testing. This is something that we've talked about. I know something that Manager Freetag has started on. And then working with our neighbors to have a venue for coordination with JEFCO and FAA. And not sure what that looks like. There's a lot of issues with the communication right now. So how can we maybe make it better? Plan, schedule and financing for EMS/fire service and stations for. Maybe you can help me with this, Sarah. What we were trying to
not that I can read it from here, but we were talking about the plan to come up with a clearer schedule and financing plan for the fire and EMS needs, and to see if there was some type of, if we had to scale it down, is that, could we increase EMS? Is there an alternative that where we could really, if we were shorter on funds, where we could prioritize?
Because we were thinking with the future and knowing what our demographics are going to look like in the future, and knowing that our population is aging, we're going to have more EMS calls as our population continues to age. So how can we, look at that? And then, working with, Adams County, apparently Jefferson County already has a program to help seniors with, to reduce their property taxes. And then, address gaps in childcare and teen activities and services. Right schools to rec centers, maybe, more art projects like the utility boxes. I've heard from residents, we do have issues with not enough childcare. And again, it goes back into if our kids have things to do, then they're not out in the community getting in trouble. And then prioritize park development in the southern half of the city. So that way we make sure that we're not leaving out areas of our community. And that was it on community health and safety. So I don't know if you missed anything,
Discussion, things missing, yeah, things you have questions about.
So the concept of conducting a lead study, is that in there?
yes. That's the soil testing and the lead test.
But is that saying we want Jefferson County to do that?
We're saying that we need to figure out who, like, which objective party and who's the responsibility. Because when we do the lead testing, we want to make sure that it doesn't come back on us. Because we didn't put the lead in the soil, right? So we just need to make sure that we're protecting ourselves. So it's important who's doing the testing and what our agreements are around that to make sure we don't inadvertently end up in a lawsuit. And maybe the mayor might be better at explaining
I
this.
just wanted to ask the attorney, is there anything prohibiting the landowners that live like in Green Knolls or any of our neighborhoods? Do you take a soil test and have it tested?
I suppose the property owners could test their own property if they wanted to. Yeah,
I thought that's what they did in Superior.
I think, the question would be what the lab results meant and how would they be interpreted?
Right.
And if there were lead, if they're looking for lead particles in their soil, is it a normal level or an abnormal level? And then what's the source? I think there's a lot of questions. No, it's not necessarily coming from one source. There may be some that are naturally occurring. So it might be something that CDPHE could undertake. It might be something that the health departments might have an idea about when the health departments come in to present later. You might ask the health departments if they have considered that type of a proposal, because as a public health agency, if there are concerns about soil, they might have a recommendation.
I brought that up to CDPHE and the recommendation was for us to contact the EPA.
So,
Oh my God.
as the Environmental Protection Agency,
There you
that
go.
would be within their scope.
Right,
Because they are an environmental
And I
agency in a
think
way
that-
that, like CDPHE is also.
Yeah.
What is CDPH? What is CDPHT? Colorado Public Health?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this,
Do you have the Department of Environmental Quality?
Or what it is, it's a Colorado Department of Health and Environment.
Oh, I see. It's all in one.
Yeah.
so this concept though, when I brought up the idea of conducting a lead study, the reason is because there have been some studies done and quite frankly, we don't really trust the sources. Jeffco, as some of us know, right, next year, they have a 13% budget cut coming in the county. Adams County's cutting their budgets. CDPHE has done a study. FAA claims to be doing things. So, but I don't think there has been a comprehensive study done, a proper study, and not just soil, but water and air on the area around the airport. And I think in combination with the education awareness campaign, that's one thing that we asked CDPHE when they were here. I wasn't satisfied with their answer as to how they're making the residents aware of the lead exposure. It's a significant health issue. I think it's a very critical environmental risk issue that we are in right now. And I think it's a combination of, well, if we're not getting the right testing, can we just pay a vendor to do it ourselves? because our residents are depending on us to at least let them know that they're in danger.
I think this is one of those areas where we probably have some policy disagreement. When you look at the CDPHE, they're the state health experts. That's why we brought them in. Because when this concern was raised to us, we said, who's in charge of this? And in Colorado, CDPHE, who's in charge? They brought results back, and everybody was satisfied with those results. But like, I'm not sure where we would go with that. Like, you could do a study in my yard and you could find lead potentially, but you can't say where that's from. So I don't I feel like, to me, this is a slippery slope. That's why there are organizations like CDPHE who deal with this kind of thing. And I obviously think it's important. That's why I advocated that we did bring CDPHE in to come and talk to us about what I would argue was a comprehensive test, back to us that, we're at the top scientist who deals with lead in the state of Colorado come and speak to the city of Westminster. I mean, that's pretty impactful that, this is an important issue, but I for one think that, we're getting some territory that is slippery at best, I guess is the way I would characterize it.
Well, my question is then how do we adequately help our residents who are concerned about the lead? Like, what would be, if the lead testing is?
If the experts, okay, I would just close and say, if the experts came in and said what they said and somebody's not satisfied, I can't make somebody take the information that the experts said. We certainly have had time over the last 4 years where experts have said stuff I don't agree with, and that's for everybody to make that judgment call. But I mean, I don't know what, do we keep trying to find an expert until they say what we want to hear? That could go on in perpetuity, and what's the risk of liability to the city when we start getting into things that really not in our purview.
I think when we make these decisions based off liability to the city, then that is a slippery slope as well. So you're correct that if there is a slippery slope there, if we look into it and find something that we may not like. But the other slippery slope is when we make decisions based off financial costs to us as a city, as an institution versus what's best for the people. And I think the experts that did the study with CDPHE, it was severely flawed. And they even said it's an average of 12 airports. It's not, they didn't conduct a study on our airport. They gave us results from 12 airports. They included us, but it wasn't a deep. They couldn't because we have low results.
So I'll just say, from my perspective, I don't know if the actual, so I absolutely care about the health and well-being of the environment above all. I just don't know if doing a soil sample will change the outcome of anything we're deciding, because I think as a council, we've already, most of us, the majority has agreed that we're going to try to take action to speed up whatever we can do, whatever method that is, whether it's through CNR or whatever that is through JEFCO, to take action to try to reduce the lead from the plants, the usage, right? If we can. If there is an ability to do that, we have agreed on the dais to follow action to try to reduce lead and make sure that they stop using it quicker. So I guess in my opinion, doing this study, I think it should be taken off because it's going to be a money spent that I don't know if it's really going to change the outcome of what we're doing, right?
Right, but also what you brought up, that's not under our control. That's completely under the airport's control, under Jefferson County control, under FAA control. What can we do that's under our control to mitigate?
I think this is an area where you're going to need staff to get some guidance to you in terms of what is within your purview. We aren't going to resolve that today. I think the question I have is, you've got a lot of stuff listed, granular stuff listed under this broader objective. Again, do we agree on the broader objective? And then what you're going to prioritize under that for actions is something that could get decided on another day. So I'd ask, are there any, do you see any gaps in what folks have, Mark, go ahead.
I don't want to.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So two things. One is, I think it falls in this bucket, and that is the future Family Justice Center in the 17th Congressional or Judicial District. But I think that that's working with our Broomfield and Adams County partners to establish that Family Justice Center. And that you could nest that frankly inside a larger objective that would be framed inside of this one, working with community partners on regional efforts, things like that. And that could be a subset, but I want to make sure it's on the board. And then I don't want to create a problem set, but I haven't heard any mention in this bucket of Rocky Flats and what that means for us. And so maybe we want to put a little note, we can flesh that out at another time, because I know time's of the essence, but if we're going to talk or have conversations about Rocky Flats, it would fall inside of this priority.
And quickly, for my edification, summarize what Rocky Flats is about.
Yeah. Go ahead. Please. Go ahead.
I would just write down Rocky Flats. Someone can inform me outside of the meeting. That's fine. Yeah, Dave, go ahead.
There are thousands of pounds of plutonium
Oh.
underground.
Okay, it's a nuke. Correct.
It was a nuclear site and it was shut down. It was clean, but it wasn't fully clean. And there are a lot of projects surrounding it that's up for debate as to whether we should do them, because it could disrupt the ground, which could endanger the entire city.
Yeah, we have our own version of that up in the Northwest. It's called Hanford. So
So to circle back to the airport, I think that it absolutely should be on the board, but I think it should be much broader than this, because if we're going to talk about what we control, what we don't.
it's right here.
We don't control what kind of growth or activity happens at that airport for a lot of reasons. It's in the air, the FAA, it's on the ground, potentially Jefferson County. But we certainly should be working with them to understand what they're doing, how they're doing it, and how it impacts our community. So, I want it on the board, but I just feel like there's opportunity for it to be a little bit more broad and still address the things that, and a lot of them are, in my opinion, and some people don't agree. And I shared this at the CNR last time we met. There is economic benefits to the city of Westminster. A lot of those big corporations that are over 180 certainly benefit from being next to an airport where they can charter people out from their headquarters. So we want to be a good part of the discussion with our partners to make sure that we're protecting our community's interests, but also our business community's interests, and working with our partners as well as we can.
And there are also bad economic impacts as well, with health and pollution that impact the economy as well.
I think I would like to have a clearer understanding of what our role is on council. Like what area of this do we have control over in Westminster? I think is something I would like to learn.
And just for the council's information, on May 20th, that study session, that's our RMMA study session that you've all asked for. I reached out to the county manager, come back and talk to us about, expansion, talk to us about runway removal, CNR. I'm not sure where that will be at that point in time. And then we're having no luck getting in touch with the EPA. Councilor Hott gave us a point of contact there, but they're not, that person's not returning our phone calls. So kind of getting Heisman, if you will, not surprisingly.
But I would just suggest perhaps the policy objectives under this would include opportunities for regional collaboration. So not only with the Jeffco airport issues, but on the Council for Regional Air Quality, we potentially have some input at a regional level as to air quality issues. Maybe there's an opportunity there to collaborate with others to address issues of mutual concern.
If I could comment on the park related point, I think if we could prioritize park and recreational program development in underserved areas of the city, and just broaden it out a little bit so that we can address wherever in the city. We just did a statistically valid survey that divided the city by quadrants. And so we wanted to hear from people living in each one of those quadrants and what they perceived as their recreational needs. So I think it'd be a little bit broader.
Can you repeat that to us?
Prioritize park and
The one on the bottom.
one of the bottom,
The address gaps in childcare.
and recreational program development in underserved areas of the city. And then that also incorporates the teen and childcare priorities as well.
Is it a better way to phrase that, implement the PRL vision plan recommendations?
That would be a wonderful way to say it, yeah.
Thing, and then all those things that are gonna come out with that.
Yeah.
What was that, Mark?
Implement PRL vision plan
Uh-huh.
recommendations.
As long as underserved. I mean, for me, it's more, I don't want that to end up being the north end. Sorry, I don't want it to end up being the north end of the city. Just because we don't have facilities doesn't mean we don't have a ton of parks and open space up there. So.
But underserved is a good word. A lot of what we've been doing is gap analysis to understand what do we got, what do we need, what's missing, and where do we need to plug it in. Both in terms of population, people, and place.
Okay, we've got about 20 minutes before we need to be done.
Okay, so for community empowerment, utilize council study sessions. Do you remember more about why we put that?
That utilize council study sessions as opportunities to vet new projects. And so that we know if you're gonna be starting a big outreach effort that, it's also an opportunity to sort of get a feel for sentiment. Or to, and I think this is we were trying to say this would be for big capital projects. Again, there's like this level that, when do you need to come to staff, but even if you don't, when you need to come to council, but even if you don't end up coming to council, I mean, some of that can just be related informational items, but to just be thinking about that whole point of the first chunk there is create an outreach process. If there's a capital improvement, it should have an outreach process. And it might be, do we need to do a CAT group, or do we just need to send some flyers out, or, whatever, but you should be considering that, whether it's a new water tank or we're switching out, or need to make some big improvement in a park area, should have an engagement plan.
Yeah, I think this ties into a lot of this, make sure there's a community engagement process, like Sarah said, identify when a CAT is needed, have info or a page on the website so it's easier for people to find that information. And then ensure council reviews surveys to the community or is debriefed on minor efforts so we don't have surprises. Sometimes it's difficult when we find out information at the same time as the community and then we're being asked questions and we're not sure how to answer. So if we can somehow work on that process, and then use new and old school methods to get people involved, pop-up events at high visitor events. So meeting people where they are, along with, email, social media, all of that stuff. And welcome info to new residents on how to get involved. So we were thinking, you know, when you get an apartment at an apartment complex, you get a packet of information. Maybe we could have a page that goes in those folders that talk about what days we have council meetings, how to register to vote in Westminster, maybe have a QR code so people want to look at the information electronically and not just on the paper. Just give people information on how to get involved in local government. We could also do this with HOAs because a lot of times people in HOAs get those same kind of welcome packets. And then more Spanish language added to all information, and then utilize just serve for resources to get a connection between volunteers and areas that we may need more volunteers.
Conversation about that priority. Community empowerment and engagement priority.
Where's the electoral stuff? All those various items.
So I think that's a bigger conversation that needs to be, we didn't drill down with that because there's so much that goes into that. Like where does council have the influence and where do we not for those changes? So it's not something that we want to forget, but I think it's something that we didn't feel comfortable in a small group trying to make those decisions. That needs to be a bigger conversation that definitely includes our city attorney.
So a question I would have is, is there a desire to have some type of broad objective about the electoral process in your strategic plan?
Yes.
There are changes that should be made. We should absolutely have campaign finance limits. We should absolutely have term limits.
So if you were going to kind of state that in an objective that's all encompassing, what would you say? Yeah, go ahead.
Want to interject? Remember, this is all charter stuff. Like what we serve in terms is in the charter. People would have to change that. Unless council wants to put a charter amendment out, which we absolutely have the ability to do, we are not going to change the things that we're mentioning without it going up to the voters who have decided how we get elected. And we do have some term of campaign contribution limits. We do have some term of terms, whereas you can serve 2 consecutive terms and you have to go away for 4 years and then run again. So some of this exists, but a lot of it would have to be a charter amendment. And as we've seen in the past, in my time, even with Ward, when you start changing the charter, there's a lot of impacting downstream, call it, things that have to happen that definitely involve a lot of work for the city attorney's office.
Yeah, so I would say that a strategic plan, this is where we have that discussion. If we don't have it here, because a charter is never going to change if we don't prioritize it to be changed in our strategy, right? And just because that's an action we would have to take to make the change happen, but I think that just becomes an action. So we'll never get to that action if we don't strategically plan for what we think.
So if you want it on there, let's have some conversation about it. Why is term limits and things? Why has that come into be a problem for the city of Westminster? I know where campaign finance has, in my opinion, but where is term limits? If we want this to be something on our objectives.
There are several benefits or outcomes to it. If you're asking what the problem has been, I think when a resident sees names, the same names on their ballot every 2 years, every 4 years, well, depending on the stagger, it demotivates them from thinking that they can run too. It's about getting fresh perspectives and diverse leadership, right? It's encouraging folks to say, look, we are holding ourselves accountable. We're not here forever. We don't want to run every 4 years and then with a gap that could be perpetual. We want you to get involved. We're here to be your voice, but we want the residents to get more civically involved.
So I'm going to ask if we could raise this up a level And then I want to find out what the level of appetite is for an objective like this. Rather than get into specific things about the electoral process, if you will, would there be some type of objective that said review and evaluate aspects of our electoral process that we may want to improve, something like that? And, or is that too high level? So that question, and then what is the full council's appetite for having something like that in the strategic plan?
Well, I think we need to have implementing wards, because we did have that on the ballot. And that's, we forgot to put that up there.
And that would fall under this.
That would fall under that.
So the objective is to implement the ward system that the voters approved?
Voters, I think, need to be asked whether there should be a wards system in the charter. So the question that was asked of them is, should city council propose a question amending the charter to adopt wards? So that hasn't happened yet. So a question implementing wards by modifying the charter would be the next step.
So what is the correct statement of the objective?
The high level one you had, that was, review and analyze if there should be, I think these can fall under that.
We can modify it. This is just a first cut.
It's a first cut. What if you don't have a majority that agree?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to ask. I'm going to write this down and then I'm going to ask again. This is very clumsily worded, but it says, review and analyze the city's electoral process to determine if improvements are needed and if residents would support. Because isn't that part of it? Like, you can't make many of these changes without the public asking for, agree that they're, it can be worded better, but so now let me see appetite on the council for this type of objective. Who would support this? 4 of you, 5 of you? Yeah, it says, it's very clumsily worded, but it's just a placeholder. Review and analyze the city's electoral process to determine if improvements are needed and then if voters/residents would support them.
I caveat it with the big depends. We're gonna look at things like people not being able to put tens of thousands of dollars from their own campaign. I'm on board. We're gonna look at things like people who run for office agree that they won't run for some higher office for some period in time until they complete their term. I'd be on board.
So this
depends.
So this is keeping it broad. So those individual things would have to get discussed and agreed upon. This is just a broad objective to say we're going to explore possibilities within our system.
There's no sacred cows and we're gonna have a conversation. Sure, I agree.
That's really what this is trying to say.
Question on the verbiage, just from a process standpoint, review how often? I mean, I know this is saying we need to review it, but should we say review every 5 years? Are we saying we must review sometime ever? There we go, explore. Okay, thank you. Sorry,
It could be something possible needed changes, explore possible needed changes to the city's electoral process. And then it could be something like, and refer to the voters. Again, it's not perfect, but if it's broad, we're not naming specific things. Would the council support this? Being pretty much great. Okay. Do we need anything else on this community empowerment engagement?
One of the earlier topics I just wanted to engagement, one of the things that they've talked about before is just not, and we've heard this theme today, not knowing what happened in the city. So wherever we can push that, they had a very specific example that one of them used, that there were some trees on one of the waterways that were removed from their neighborhood, and they didn't realize it until they went up one morning and they were gone. So they thought there was an opportunity there to educate. And they said they had went and spoke to some of the workers, and then after they were educated, they understood it better. They may not have liked it, but they thought there was an opportunity and things like that. Hey, we're doing this thing. This is the impact. Here's why. So I think it fits in this bucket as far as that kind of feedback they were asking.
I'm just gonna put something general, like, and we'll improve upon it, but enhance the city's efforts to inform and educate the community about its actions and decisions. And that keeps it broad with that specific example. Okay, anything else on this one? There's several items we've talked about in the past, so I think they might be covered, but I don't see them here. So I'll say continue the CAT efforts whenever we have large projects. What is CAT? Their citizen advisory team.
It's the advisory team.
Here is the second bullet, and then the first sub bullet. It's there.
Yeah.
Okay, and then, God, now I lost my entire train of thought. Oh, gosh. Improve, oh yeah, continue to improve the town hall experience for our residents. I think we've talked about that in the past, but it's on there. And then, I know we mentioned it earlier on ours, but I don't know if I see it here, is continued effort to expand our surveys and polls to a wider audience. I think that's already somewhere. Okay. That's somewhere, I'm certain. Because we. Oh, it's on yours. I know it's on mine. I'm like, that's not on the right one. I know. I'll move it. I'll move it. Yeah. Yep, we got it.
Okay.
Go ahead, Claire.
Amber.
Sorry. I was just talking.
Yeah. Access to opportunity. So, RTD partnerships for our via transit and flex ride for our folks who are elderly, disabled. Apparently, I learned flex ride could be anybody. You don't necessarily have to have certain, issue or disability or anything like that. So working with RTD to make sure that we have the, accessibility for that. And then really, we would like to see the passenger rail get a station for downtown Westminster. Ideally, we would like that to be a place where people come and visit, spend their money, and we get that revenue. And it would really be helpful if we were able to get that passenger rail. That was something that we felt like we weren't really included in the discussion. Because Westminster wasn't mentioned in the discussion when years prior, Westminster was a part of the discussion. And so being left out, and because when we did decide, I wasn't on council. So when I say we, speaking of who was on council, part of that decision was we were told we were going to get a line to that station. And so that helped inform when we decided to develop the downtown. And so that's a big part of that. So we can work with RTD to make sure that we're not left out of that conversation going forward, because it is really important to our economic vitality and access and all of that stuff. So increase frequency for B-line and bus lines, particularly for Front Range Community College. That was something when we we're going over the federal BRT with people at RTD. That was something that it's an area that we saw that they are thinking about not keeping the same service, but it's very important for a lot of the students who go there. I used to take the bus there all the time when I went to Front Range. So we need to make sure that we have those services. And then, increased primary employment.
That was under the jobs, making sure people had access to jobs
In the city,
in the city.
so you can work where you live.
Yeah, work where you live, that's good.
Yeah, access to local jobs. Yep. And then, ownership opportunities, as far as housing ownership opportunities for first-time home buyers, and then also seniors who need to downsize, or there are different, I know senior organizations that are rent versus buy, but make sure that seniors have somewhere to buy, and then first time. We really want to focus on opportunities so people can get into the housing market. And then housing preservation, helping people stay housed. We know that's one way we can help with homelessness, is making sure people are able to stay in their homes. And then looking at possible co-housing for seniors. Sometimes there are people who are widows or widowers who are looking for other people in similar situations where they can, partner up in like a roommate situation for housing. So to see what kind of opportunities there are there of putting seniors together who'd be interested in something like that. And then also our home repair programs is another thing that helps people stay in their homes. If you have this big, expensive, issue with your home that you can't necessarily afford to take care of on your own, instead of having to sell your home and figure out what to do, we can help. We have some of those programs already for people who qualify based on income. And then ADUs, easier regulations and finances. Again, more condos, smaller homes. Back in the day, like 1950s, 1960s, a lot of homes were closer to 1,000 square feet, where now today homes are closer to 2,000 and up. So having those smaller homes so that way people can afford to get into the housing market, again with the condos and townhomes and all of that. And then mixed use walkable neighborhoods. So that way we have different types of housing for the people who want that. There are a lot of people in our community who would like to have the walkable mixed use neighborhoods. It also creates a sense of community when we have the walkable mixed use neighborhoods as well. And then working with our neighbors and nonprofits to address homelessness and services. I think that's a lot what we were talking about earlier with what Arvada's doing, instead of just repeating the same processes, working together where we can. And leveraging our public land. We do have some public land that we should probably be looking at and deciding what is the most responsible way to use that for these housing needs. And then senior events, volunteer opportunities. We talked about reaching out to churches. We talked about somehow partnering with our schools to help with our senior volunteer projects. Maybe we could get teenagers to help, clean up a yard, or, something that is a senior, or maybe even just spend time with, someone who's lonely, pick up groceries, medications, whatever is needed as far as, volunteer in that needs in that area. Pride events, would love to see a Pride event in Westminster. And then utilizing supportive organizations like Westie Cares, and then more contact and education for residents. And this is again along the volunteer piece to help connect volunteers with areas where we need that. And then tennis tournaments and disc golf tournaments. And yeah, I think I hit on all of them.
All right. Any questions of Amber to clarify anything you've seen from this list?
I didn't see tiny homes. Or I know you've mentioned smaller homes.
Tiny homes, yeah, that's part of that.
And water affordability.
Did we talk about that with your group?
No, because we saved it for this bucket because I think it's a.
It's here.
Under infrastructure? But you're right, like cost of living, yeah, we forgot to get cost of living in there. It's sort of like keeping people housed under that kind of.
Third one there, Michelle.
But
It's under economic vitality right now, affordable taxes, rates and fees for residents.
that might be something, yeah, I think we could move that over to section. It feeds into philosophy.
Or add to.
It's up there somewhere. And then the affordable assisted living facilities, I didn't hear that. Is that up there?
For seniors, but no, not specifically.
So incentivizing more of those who, I mean.
Yeah, that was definitely part of the conversation. I think because we were trying to be more broad, you know, we didn't specifically spell that out, but that was part of the discussion. Yes, spell it out.
Yeah, we can spell that out.
Where do you want to put that?
Pick it on the top of the second sheet, affordable.
Affordable assisted living?
Yeah.
With wraparound services.
With what services?
Wraparound services.
Oh, wraparound services.
Memory care. And then one thing I didn't see is the inclusionary zoning requirements, which is one of the recommendations from the housing needs assessment, where I think is critical, where we mandate a percentage of units from developers to be affordable.
Where does that go?
Just in same one.
That'd be under one of the.
Yeah, the leveraging public land, would that go under leveraging public?
It would be a separate item, IHO.
I want to spell it out, make sure.
What was it again? Inclusionary.
Yeah, why don't we just, like housing, like just implement the policies of the housing needs strategy, assessment, whatever.
Yeah. To keep it broad. All right, anything else?
It's different, we're good.
Keep here. Yeah.
Okay. All right, we are a little past time, but I give you guys kudos for really working efficiently this afternoon so that we could get done almost on time. For the wrap up, I think it would be good, well, for one thing, I hope you put some trust in me for writing these plans for years to take your work and get the objectives at the right level. Okay? It'll come back to you as a draft. You'll have the opportunity to talk more about it. But if we're going for a longer term plan, we're going to want the objectives at a broader level. And then what we won't lose is if there's stuff that's a little more action or initiative oriented, that can come back in the way of this is, what we're going to do in 2025, 2026, how we're going to, and you'll get access to all of that. But I hope you'll give me a little bit of hope to put this together, to craft it in a way that it conveys your intentions. And I think you put so much work into this. I have no doubt that what is here is needed. And then we can get some help from staff too. So that would be a next step for this work. And then I just ask Mark to kind of, after we get through that, kind of taking the council's work and putting it together and having them be able to react to it, then can you kind of lay out the next steps that happen after that?
Yes, so, and I don't know, what's your timeline on returning this?
Pretty fast.
Pretty fast, okay.
Pretty fast.
So I think what
Oh, yeah, Aaron. Erin, that's right.
We're on the same page.
Yeah. Go ahead, Erin.
So given the extensive conversation today, some of the timelines that we put into our agenda memo, we're adjusting slightly because of it. So the thought process is based upon Michelle taking all of these ideas, that on the 22nd of April, we can come back during the post meeting and bring it back to you and make sure that everybody's on the same page. And then tentatively on May 2nd, May 6th, we would come back for adoption of the mission, vision, guiding principles and priorities, and agreement on the policy objectives, and then allow staff to work through operational objectives to match as action items to those policy objectives. And we would bring those back to you to make sure as an info only or as a study session to make sure we're on the same page. All of this lining up for our budget town hall, which is May 9th. We want to talk about our priorities and make sure that when we're reaching out for budget engagement with the community, we're lining those up with our priorities, as well as we look to the June 3rd budget retreat. We want to talk through and make sure we're on the same page with all of our strategic plan, the input that we've received at the budget town hall, any other engagements that we've had. So as we go into budget development, we've heard where you want us to focus on to make sure that we as staff can execute and put a plan together that matches those needs as we propose the budget.
What Erin is describing is an absolute best practice, and it increases transparency because you're now laying out your strategy, and now you're saying we're going to fund our strategy, right? And that's all out in the open and transparent. So my quick thing that I need to do is to take your work and turn it around into those goal statements for each priority area, the 6 of them, and then the policy level objectives and get those stated at the right level. So I'm going to turn that around very quickly this week, in fact. Does that all sound good? Is that clear? What's going to happen next? Cool.
Mark, does that fit what you were looking for also?
Of course. If you said no, the whole thing would have been just canceled.
There is another thing I had planned for us to talk about a little bit, but it could be tabled and you can have this conversation. I don't think you necessarily need your facilitator for this conversation, but I did hear in the interviews with council members that you want something different and improved or more effective around the report out on progress from the strategic plan. It wasn't resonating with you guys, is what I was told. And so I think we don't have to talk about it now, but I think once we get through this part of the process, it'll be important to talk about how the progress reporting is going to happen in a way that's going to meet sort of with council's desires and expectations.
And we heard that feedback not only through the budget plan, but also when we did the SWOT analysis for the budget process. So policy and budget is working with OpenGov, which is our new platform for our budget management software, to develop a online dashboard for our KPIs and our performance measures that staff will be updating depending on the measure itself in whatever time matter that makes sense. So you can see all of our strategic plans, what are the objectives, how we're reaching them, and that can be a continuous dialogue in addition to a semi-annual report depending on your preference.
Erin,
we're working through that.
Yeah, I have a question, and it's something just to illuminate. The performance measures attached to the strategic plan are clearly going to change because there's new stuff here, there's new focus areas, right? So kind of what's your plan for getting those performance measures updated and then in front of the council?
So that is a dialogue with everyone in this room of once we have the policy objectives, figuring out what those operational objectives may be, and then drilling down further to those KPIs. Once we have that, bringing that back to council to make sure we're on the same page.
Okay.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yes.
So with the changes, though, I imagine that if there are objectives that haven't been completed from the previous plan, we would have an opportunity to go through those each and say we still want them or we want to check them.
yes, we could also allow staff to take a first crack at that and say, based upon any changes that have been made, based upon the new priorities, guiding principles, some of the policy objectives, if what we were looking for last time still matches where we're going. And if it does, absolutely add it in. And if they're not sure, potentially either leave it as a question or evolve it into a new KPI that best matches what we're looking for at this time.
And just recognize your new plan is going to look different than your previous plan, because your previous plan, the objectives were very specific and they were focused on a much shorter period of time. So these policy level objectives are going to be broader, and the operational objectives that staff are going to bring forward are going to look a little bit more like what was in your existing strategic plan. So we're just kind of pushing it up a level where it's higher level, more strategy, and a little bigger picture. Questions? Anything anybody wants to offer for the good of the day? It's almost 4:15 and I really want to respect your time.
I want to thank you.
Well, thank you. Hey,
And if we need you by Zoom, I know you'll be with us.
Absolutely.
You'll need to fly out here again.
Absolutely. You guys did a great job. I've seen an evolution in this council, and this will be the 4th year I've worked with you. And I've seen an evolution, and it's very positive. I love the way I was able to watch you guys work today, listen to each other, and respect each other's ideas and thoughts, and how you were able to disagree on things, and it didn't break our process down. And I just really want to acknowledge you for that.
Well, I know we have do we do it on a Monday night or not? I can only speak for myself. All of our daytime jobs and responsibilities we have, today we come here and it's all that's on our minds. So I know it's a pain in the butt coming on a Saturday, but for council, it is the only way to do this, to have good concentration, spend the entire day, work through it, push through it, and I will always stand up for a Saturday that this process has to be done. We wouldn't have come to all of this on a Monday night. We just wouldn't have.
You did get it done today, that's for sure.
And I want to add a thank you to the staff and the department heads for spending your Saturday with us too, because it was really helpful to have you to answer questions or let us know if something wasn't going to quite work. And so I really also appreciate you taking your Saturday to make this a more informed and better. So thank you.
Can I ask staff real quick, was this valuable for you, this format? You would rather be here than not, correct? Just a second. Thanks for coming.
Hi, everyone. Hi, thanks. Have a good weekend.